Hello, everyone! Welcome to another episode of Critical Critique. Oh no, Ali, we've disappeared.
What? Oh no.
We're not showing. You were just telling me about how, there was an OBS issue for the transparency of the
there
chat,
was.
and I sorted the issue. And listen, we now it's a true schizo stream.
Hey.
We don't exist, chat. We live in your head. We are the voices in your head. We're not real. There's nothing you can do, guys. There's nothing you can do.
It's all look at it right now.
It's all ogre. It's all ogre. There's nothing you can do now.
Because there was indeed an issue. Real quick, let's see if it fixes it. Fresh login into the thing.
While you do that, see, before the stream, I've been scrolling through the Azure Lane live stream because that was happening an hour ago, and I've been screen capping all the skins and sending them to fucking people because they're so good. They're doing their 6th anniversary stuff, and it looks really good. It looks really good. There's a lot of fun stuff going on there. So yes.
I'm afraid that I have to quickly do some static thing. Just add static things into it.
Just add some PNGs on the screen while we.
Yeah.
Put the Azure Lane girls on the screen. You can have me be Frederick, the Frederick skin.
Nah,
you could be one of the other ones. We'll be fucking Azure Lane girls today. Oh man. In my head, yes, the raging Kiwi, and oh yeah, where was Ellie from again? Look, Ellie, they're shit talking you in the chat. Are you gonna stand for this?
I am too busy to pay attention to you or whatever.
All right. Well, while the technical difficulties are going on, yeah. So the Azure Lane stuff, they're doing their 6th anniversary. It's all Western themed. It's all American themed. You American bros in the chat, you know, you got your Indianas and your South Dakotas and your new ship girls, and it's all very, very, very sexy. It's all very, very good. So if you haven't caught that live stream, the VOD is up now. So that's good. I'll have to skim through that later so I can see what else is new in the world of Lane.
There's something.
Oh, there's Ellie. I see Ellie popped up on the screen. Little PNG of Ellie.
Yeah,
the Dutch aren't quite real. Aren't real. X-Files theme starts playing.
There. And then I have to do. You do have a very annoying name, Nretsew, so it's very annoying to go NERTSEW.
Yeah, get it. Yeah, it's great. I love it. It annoys people.
Static. Right, browse to your.
Someone needs to do file organization. By the sound.
Well,
there I am. But very big. Ooh. Very big.
Yeah, the true size of my avatar is even bigger, so don't worry. Yeah. I don't know why it does show. It's odd because it does show in Fugi it does work and all, but not here.
OBS is just not having it.
Well, maybe it's because I fixed the OBS field. Who knows?
Maybe it's blocking them. I don't know. It should be visible. But anyway, I guess no Fugies today, guys.
No, just static. We're always talking.
You're not gonna know which one of us is talking. We're both talking at the same time.
Yay.
We're both the same person, right? All right. But anyway, so let's chat about what we're actually doing today. Because people were probably expecting us to do the Kill video, mostly because people were talking to me about that one on Twitter. But I thought this would be a lot more fun, and we can always do Kill next week, possibly, even though next week's stream might be at a different time. So, last stream, Ali you were shilling a video real hard. You were posting
kinda.
that video. You were constantly bringing that video up. This video from this guy, right, about why adult animation is not as good as the animes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was a very interesting video. I mean, it's about an hour long, so we're probably not going to be able to actually cover it.
Nah.
But it's a very interesting. It's a very interesting video. I felt because he goes through it, and I think he gives a relatively fair and both sides kind of perspective, because he talks about both the history of Japan as well as the history of the American animation industry, and where those two kind of diverge in the paths of history to end up being how they are today, right?
Yeah.
And I thought it was a very well researched, very well done video. And then in my video recommended feed, I see this other video, which is called "The Problems with American Anime."
That
and
sounds
I'm like,
similar,
ooh,
kinda. Not
that
really.
sounds kind of similar, a little bit. Yeah, it sounds a little bit similar. So I opened it up and I watched the intro of it, and it's literally a case of good idea, bad idea. One of these things is good and one of them is not. And we'll get into it kind of, I guess, when we get into the intro of this video. But I think one of the reasons I quite liked the 1 hour long one from what's his name, the one that you liked, was because he was fair, right? He didn't do any irony, poison, and I might be spoilering a little bit, right? He didn't do any irony, poison. Oh, my animus are so bad because they have the things in them, and thing Japan, right? Like, he didn't do any of that, right? He just was like, right, here's the history, here's some of my opinion, here's why I think this happened, right? Here's explanations, sources. It was good, right? It was what we want to see in these kinds of YouTube videos, right? And this video, based on the intro that I watched for it, does none of that.
Yeah. So I haven't seen the video. I just clicked through it and to get an idea for what I should title the video. But no, I haven't gone into anything substantial about this in this video. So no, I have no real things to add. I have no, besides people go watch that other video. We linked it last time. We can link it to here again.
Yeah. We'll probably link it here again. But it's in the description and whatnot for the last video. For the last stream that we did last week. Because I think everyone should watch that video because it is very good. So yeah, shall we? Since we've kind of stalled enough, I think.
Yeah.
Get right into it. Get right into it. I'll wait for the. It's hard to tell when the transition's going to happen.
Oh yeah. Nah.
Oh no.
We don't have a no director's room. We're still both on the other sides of the world.
Yeah. So anyway, let's crack for Samu, because of course Samu needs to have it. Let's crack right. So yeah. So the problems, because he's put S in a brackets there if you can't read it. The problems with American anime. So what's your favorite American anime, Ellie? Do you have a favorite American anime?
Damn, I have no family answers, unfortunately. So if you were to say what's your favorite Dutch cartoon or Japanese cartoon, I could say Alfred Jodofus Kwak. Because that is made in Japan, and it's a Dutch cartoon. So that's a funny thing to say, that your favorite Japanese cartoon anime is exclusively Dutch.
It's like the Americans are like, my favorite anime is Cory in the House or whatever.
Yeah, because it's
see my answer even though it wouldn't be American anime, my favorite New Zealand anime is Brotown.
Bro?
Okay, maybe I have to. Oh God, we would probably get super copyright claimed if I went and found like clips from Brotown, for the show, because Brotown was this animation that was done by I think a group of like Kiwi comedians, and it has a bunch of like Kiwi celebrities in it as well, and it's just about a group of like Maori kids, ordinary life in Auckland, right? And it's fucking hilarious because it's like, yeah, this is Kiwi culture. Yeah, this is pretty accurate.
So there's was a Dutch show about called Flodder. And Flodder was the idea of what if you put white trash in a fancy neighborhood. So,
right.
But yeah, it's all, of course, Dutch low education, low culture, close proximity to crime and organized crime and petty crime and all, kleptomania because mental instabilities and all that stuff. What if you put them into this? The idea was it was an experiment. Can we re-educate these barbarians to be proper citizens? And they just scrape by and scam and deceive their way through it all. And that's Flodder.
So I'm having a look on the YouTube, and it looks like people have been uploading Brotown to YouTube. So go watch Brotown. It's fun.
Yeah, but first that video
if you want a window into what it's like to actually live in New Zealand, watch Brotown.
So, but I can claim
back to the video.
I can maybe claim my favorite cartoon is to say that by semantics, all cartoons are Dutch because the word cartoon is based off the word karton, and karton is a Dutch word. So all your culture belongs to me.
All your culture belongs to me. We got a few answers in the chat though. Magician D is SpongeBob. SpongeBob is his favorite anime. Yep. RWBY, Flintmore. Fillmore. Oh yeah, Fillmore. Yeah, Oh, dude, Fillmore is good shit. Fillmore is actually good shit.
I think I'll go just for the basic Avatar because it's just a good show. Yeah. Although I would rank, it's French, not American, but I would I rank WHOOOO a little bit higher than Avatar.
That one's pretty. Yeah.
In terms of journey, fantasy world kind of deal.
All right, well, let's see what Video Man has to say.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Is YouTube checking subscribers? Oh, lost a subscriber.
700 guys, we can do it.
He lost a subscriber. That's the thing.
He lost a subscriber. Yeah.
He was cringe.
Oh no.
Oh no sounds. Damn.
I made that video on Mars Express, and this is primarily just because these are among the largest and most noteworthy industries in the world for animation, and also just because, I am American, unfortunately. I talk about...
Yeah, unfortunately he's American, that's a problem. It's always a
problem.
I mean, interesting that we get to date the video, because very recent video. But yeah, anyway, he's still doing his intro, so let's
about American animation, like, I'm the fucking arbiter of truth for this shit. Like, I care more about this than anybody else in the world. I have nothing more than an unfathomable and undying love for the medium above everything else. But the truth is, I'm kind of being disingenuous when I talk like that. Not in the sense that I don't love animation. Of course I do, other than YouTube and stuff.
Alright, can I do a quick... Alright, that's a bit extreme, Family Guy. He showed
my YouTube and my self-loathing. Like, you can already kind of get where I'm coming from with, like, oh, he's got that irony bro tinge to him.
With your help, I can reach 0 subscribers. Return the World, how it's supposed to be. No, he had a video up which said the stagnation of animation or something. It was also kind of bit.
Yeah, and he had like stop watching something as well.
Yeah,
so.
It's stop watching bad videos.
You stop watching bad videos, guys. We do it so you don't have to. But anyway, let's continue.
Things about myself that have remained consistent over the course of my entire life. And yet, despite that, I have found myself consistently disappointed by American animation nearly every single time. Sometimes it's warranted, but other times I feel like there's just something wrong with me, because for me personally, shows that everyone thinks are just amazing, I just think are 7 out of 10. I mean, yeah, these are shows that are good, but like, when am I gonna find that something, that one 10 out of 10 show that is just so good, it completely recontextualizes the quality of everything else that I've seen. Arguably, this is a result of my somewhat selective taste in media, but I believe that a healthy and thriving medium is one which has the broadness to occupy niches like mine, ones which favor a willingness to experiment and push boundaries, things which, following up on what I have said earlier, I have encountered among live-action film and television and video games, and these are things that I don't even like as much as animation on a base level.
Can you smell the farts, Ellie? Can you? Oh, he's so sophisticated and refined. He's after that 10 out. He's after that 10 out of 10 life-changing experience of animation.
I don't know,
Christ.
because I feel you kind of run into the realities of animation production, in that animation is hard. It's easier, but it's still very hard. It's easier to make a compelling and narrative, emotional game than it is to make a 20-minute episode of an animation that is equally compelling and whatnot. In the game assets you can reuse. You can't reuse a character walking down the street, because that street will only be relevant for that 1 second scene. So
I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem of not expectations, but he's setting the bar way too high for himself, right?
Yeah, and
because he's saying, "Oh, I need that. It's like he's talking about fucking animation like a fucking crackhead talks about crack on the street, right? He's like, I just need that one more good hit. I need that good hit again. I need to feel that feeling again.
Yeah,
right? I've injected so much animation into my veins. It doesn't feel the same as when I watched that one anime when I was a kid. It's like, oh god, it's like,
I do feel that
calm down.
Those experiences exist, but maybe not inside animation. I mean, you don't have to.
Well, he was talking about like live action and how he's had that experience in live action stuff. But it's like those situations are exceedingly fucking rare for everyone, right? It's very rare that you'll watch something or you'll play something or you'll have like a life-changing 10 out of 10 experience, right? With anything, really, right? So that's why I'm saying it's like he's 650 is right. It's like it's chasing the high, right? And then the problem becomes, right? You stop enjoying the medium for what it is, and you're only engaging with it to chase that high, right? You're only in it for the thrill rather than the journey, I guess.
I don't see why you should have to see it in animation in particular. It's kind of, desperately wanting to be a fan when you're actually not.
Sometimes it's good to question your standards if you don't feel fulfilled. Yeah, that's fine, but the problem is, like if you listen to this guy, it's the way that he's talking about it, right? That's the problem. It's like, there's a difference between like, okay, yeah, questioning your standards or maybe branching out into different things that you might not have considered, right? And having these new experiences via, I don't know, watching a fucking rom-com instead of shonen shit all the time, right? Or watching some art house Frenchy film instead of watching Marvel movies, right? And like that's fine, but first off, there's no guarantee you're going to have that same experience with what you watch, right?
It's kind of what I feel like is sometimes the not anymore, but back in the day, there was, oh, you have DeviantArt, and DeviantArt is terrible amateur hour. And then you have Pixiv, and Pixiv is where the masters of Japanese art all are. But the thing is, you only get, because it's farther away from you than DeviantArt, you can see everything on DeviantArt, and almost all of it is terrible. And you only see the few images from that reach over, and those are good. So when you go seek out new stuff in other genres that you're not familiar with, you will inevitably come across the good things that rise to the top, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of that's kind of the thing, right? It's kind of like a grass is always greener on the other side kind of deal, especially when you use Pixiv and DeviantArt as an example, because there's plenty of artwork on Pixiv that is DeviantArt.
Oh, if you go into the recent illustrations on Pixiv, it's no different from DeviantArt at all.
No, it's not. It's the same level of amateur shit. Even if you just go into like particular tags, right? Like if you go after particular tags,
some character, whatever. Yeah, it's the same crayon blue, Asuka with blue eyes and then red hair, kind of, and then that's Asuka.
So getting back to the video, right? It's and I like Magician D's post about rom-coms. That's good. But getting back to the video, it's the crackhead kind of is the feeling I'm getting from this, right? Where he's obviously had that experience with something. He's had that kind of what he's describing experience with an anime or with a cartoon or with something like that, and he's just constantly fucking. Like, he goes into things with the expectation that they're going to be that, and then he's disappointing himself when he ends up not experiencing the thing.
If we're going to go deep into analogies, maybe not crackhead. I feel it's more like you go into a restaurant. Oh, the food is amazing. Why isn't this food at home?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So and then you go into your own kitchen, or you go to your friend's house, and why isn't this dish as good as in that five-star restaurant? And then you try it at home or go into your own neighborhood.
And then you go back to the restaurant next week, and it doesn't taste as good. Right?
And then you go to, and then there's other restaurants, and why isn't this? And then you go to go further in analogies. Oh, this pizza is amazing, but when I go to to eat pasta, it isn't as good. Why isn't this pasta tasting like my pizza?
Right. But anywho, let's get back to it.
Even like the best stuff that I've seen, I would not put among my all-time favorites for like everything.
I believe so, yeah.
Else, all mediums included. And even then with stuff like that, I often question how much do I really like these things, or am I forcing myself to like it more than I actually do because my standards are slightly lower. And at this point you might be asking, okay, why do you even care then? What, you talk so much about the potential of the medium, and yet you claim to have never seen said potential actually put into practice. So then what are you even talking about? What have you seen that makes you so convinced that animation is objectively the greatest artistic medium for storytelling of all time? Parentheses, this is a serious and unironic belief that I hold. If you're not a complete moron, you already know the answer to that question based on context clues.
So yeah, that was just
Alright, now what is your opinion on anime being the greatest art form of all time? Animation, if I didn't say that.
Based opinion. He's got a based opinion. It is indeed the greatest. He's very based. I was wrong. I take back my crackhead statements. But no, seriously though, I think that it's I get he's being sarcastic, and that's kind of what I was talking about with the irony bro stuff, right? Like, he's clearly trying to layer on the whole irony bro. Oh yeah, fuck, shit. I keep watching these cartoons, but they're stuff's farts not good enough. Not the same level of crack. I need beta crack, but people ask me, oh, if you're complaining so much, oh, it's because anime exists and anime is better, right? And that's kind of that's the problem, right? Is he comes off pretentious as shit. He comes off pretentious as shit, and you compare that with the other guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other fella, right? Who I don't know. Maybe we could at some point we could just bring him up and just like watch a little bit of his
Yeah, I
video
can.
to give like the compare and contrast, right? Like, you know, we could add, I don't know, remember the timestamps, add the other video to the queue or whatever, and we could flip between them, right? Because like the stark contrast in approach to this relatively similar topic, right? You know, why American quote unquote anime is not as good as Japanese quote unquote anime, right? Why is adult animation not as good as animation over in Japan, right? Like how do you even define good in this context, right? Those kinds of questions, right? There's these interesting kind of things to talk about there, but I feel like that gets kind of marred when you have a guy's intro, which is essentially just him fart sniffing about how great his tastes are and and going into how he doesn't think anything's good enough, right? it's kind of the problem that you've got.
Yeah,
compared to
and
the
there is something inevitable in comparing between cultures, between production styles, between almost everything. You know, it's it's just the wrong channel.
Well, while you sort that out, let's keep going because the intro is not actually done yet.
Ooh,
so
all right.
Let's hear this guy's intro, and then we'll watch the intro to the other guy, and just to get the stark comparison, right? So let's continue. Anime.
I have kind of a weird relationship with anime.
Be frozen. No, sorry.
Might have broken everything again.
Yeah, because I'm playing around with multiple browsers and capturing multiple of them, I believe.
All
that
right.
might
You cook.
I cooking for a second. Here is the link to the other video. Watch together room. Go to full screen this one. Then focus on this one over here. There we go.
Oh, stop.
Maybe this will fix everything. If it was working already, then excuse me. It wasn't.
Yeah.
My OBS
you didn't miss anything if it wasn't. You didn't miss anything if it wasn't working.
It was just random shots of animation that is nice.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep going because let's hear what he has to say about anime. What's his relationship with anime, right?
With anime, it's kind of like the opposite of what I have with Western animation, where I like it in practice more than I like it in principle. I used to fucking hate anime, like, a lot. And yeah, this was back in 2017, where if you were an 8th grader and thought Filthy Frank was the second coming of Jesus, that was kind of a guarantee. But I had actually watched anime, and I liked none of them. I didn't like My Hero Academia, despite having come up with a functionally identical premise for a story about a school of people with superpowers back when I was like 11 years old. I didn't like Sword Art Online, despite being a self-identifying gamer with a god complex and sexual frustration. And I definitely didn't like Ouran Host High Club, which actually...
Nretsew, I saw this bit, and my opinion dropped immediately, because Ouran High School Host Club is the best.
Yeah, my man.
How can you hate
this highbrow? You know, he's got his gas mask on or whatever, like because he has to fill that gas mask with his farts or whatever, right? So he can fucking huff his farts 24/7, right? This highbrow intellectual man doesn't see the appeal of Ouran High School Host Club, right? Doesn't get it. He can't comprehend the deepness of High School Host Club. And you think I'm joking, but I'm not. Because there's a reason why Ouran High School Host Club like keep coming up back in the day, right? Like,
yeah, because it's great.
Yeah, it was considered like a really, really good show. So
the twins are the best character.
But I do think it is interesting because like people will shit on him for this, right? Now, I'm going to assume if he's talking about like watching Filthy Frank in the 8th grade, my man here is a bit of a
youngster,
bit of a youngster, bit of a young fella, right? He's a bit of a young fella. He's a little bit of a maybe a zoomy. I don't know, maybe a little zoomy. And I'm not gonna like. I think that the whole he hated anime, right? He watched Sword Art Online, he didn't like it. He watched, My Hero Academia, didn't like it, right? I think that's fine, and I think it's interesting to explore somebody that has that perspective of not liking anime, at least initially, right? Because these perspectives do actually have some level of value, even if that level of value is just so that we can shit on them. Right? For now, yeah. So I'm interested. Let's see where he goes. Right, let's see what he has to say about like what animes did he like?
Did he really watch them and likes them now or appreciates them for what they are?
Yeah, let's see. Let's find out.
I'm not a fujoshi, etc. I wasn't just blindly hating it based on what was cool to do at the time. I had actual legitimate reason to discredit the medium after watching what were the most beloved and popular shows at the time and not liking them. So what was my...
So that's an interesting statement, right? I don't know if you caught that, right?
Like, it's okay to dismiss the entire genre if you didn't like 3 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he mentions like, oh, I wasn't just hating on them to hate on them. I had legitimate reasons to not like them, right? And that's good. That's fine. If you have legitimate reasons to not like something, would be nice if you actually explained what those reasons were, right? Might be good to, because if they're legitimate reasons, then they can be talked about and debated and argued with, right? But then he immediately goes into, oh, I wasn't just hating on them to hate on them, but I had, so because of that, I had legitimate reason to dismiss the medium because I watched the most popular ones of the time, and I didn't like them. So
where's Death Note, by the way? In the list, I feel that list should have had Death Note.
Yeah, you would think Death Note would be on there. I mean, it's kind of interesting because when did My Hero Academia first come out? That was like
late.
Oh fuck. Okay,
I mean, it's before Boruto. In any case,
2016. Yeah, 26. The first anime, the first season, I think, was 2016. Sword Art Online was what, 2000 and look, because I'm trying to chronologically age our boy here.
No, nah, it's...
right, because if he's saying that he like watched these shows when they like came out, right? Yeah, 2012, right? So 2012, 2016, and then Oran.
2006 for Oran, says Mushroom.
Yeah, so that's like the oldest one he watched. So we could assume that he like did SAO and maybe My Hero Academia when they were airing, right? So that would like date his like anime exploration at like 2012 ish, maybe, which would fit if he's talking about high school kind of level, Code Geass.
Also, confession time. I skipped out on Code Geass entirely. I saw some screenshots and short things, bits of it, and it didn't interest me all that much. So I am completely unaware of what happens in the Code Geass. Besides the guy that can hypnotize people with his eye.
Getting back to it, right? So I think it's interesting how, like, he has this very, like, weird kind of idea, right? And I kind of want to listen to that quote again, because again, I feel like it's an interesting look into his psyche a little bit, right? So
frustration, and I definitely didn't like Oran Host High Club, which actually makes the most sense given that I'm not a fujoshi, etc. I wasn't just blindly hating it based on what was...
I wasn't just blindly hating on it based on what,
was popular to do.
Consensus. Yeah, popular to do. So that's the first part.
Cool to do at the time. I had actual legitimate reason to discredit the medium after watching what...
I had actual legitimate reason to discredit the medium, right? And I'm like, that's such a jump. It's such a fucking jump. Like, dude, you watched 3 shows. And you're like, yeah, man, fuck anime.
So Nretsew,
Anime's dumb.
I don't. I look at Korean webtoons, web cartoon, or web
the
comics.
webtoons, the manhwas, yeah.
Not the manhwas, the webtoons. I don't like them because the format doesn't. I don't like the format.
Yeah, I think we talked about this when we talked about solo leveling. Is you don't like the format of Korean.
So I believe I have more legitimate reason to discredit the entire webtoon because I don't like
discredit the entirety of webtoons.
Because I don't like how how it's presented, and if I don't like how it's. If I don't like how a book is 2 pages and words, then it's kind of hard to appreciate the medium of books.
There's no pictures in my book. How can I get immersed in the scene?
So I'll forever discredit the medium of webtoons because I don't like how it's all one long thing.
And that's interesting because I would argue. For the sake of argument, well, I actually do quite because I haven't read a lot of webtoons, but some of the ones that I have read, because I remember I read that What Happens Inside the Dungeon, which I really liked, which is fucking fantastic, by the way. People should go read that because it's really good. But I think that there is actually merit to that format because because there's a lot of stuff that you can do with the idea of like, okay, so the viewer is constantly scrolling down, so the way that you have to like panel it is different than how you would have to panel like a normal book, right, or like a manga. And I think that there are some interesting tricks that can be done with that medium, right? I think that there are things that can be,
I think
maybe not a lot, because obviously if you're obviously there's going to be shit webtoons, right? It doesn't particularly, just like there's shit anime, right? There's going to be shit webtoons and there's going to be shit manga. But I because I know that you're joking when you say discredit the whole medium, right? But I would in the same way that I would argue with Video Man, right? I would argue, well, no, there's legitimacy to the format. I think that the format, there are creative things that can be done with the format.
Yeah,
right?
Gradients are very easy to do in a webtoon format.
Yeah.
Just gradients the entire thing from black to red, and when it's hopeful, turn the background to white, and then go back into black or something. Or just extreme harsh color transitions to show a real harsh transition, etc. No, I can. I'm slightly joking when I say discredit the entire thing.
Yeah, I know you.
But I look at the webtoon and don't think, oh, that's fun to read. I think, oh, that's very annoying to read.
Right. But anyway, everyone should go read What Happens in the Dungeon by Reva. It's very good. It's very fucking good. It's very funny. Some of the comedy in that's really good. But anyway, back to Video Man.
Were the most beloved and popular shows at the time and not liking them. So what was my problem then? I was only looking at the surface level of anime. The idea.
Right, so now we're gonna get into it.
Is he only like if the animation is fancy or not?
Yeah, I only got into the surface level, so apparently Oran, SAO, and My Hero Academia are surface level. Let's hear what he has to think about, what's the fancy stuff?
The principle of anime, which I mentioned earlier. Anime, for some reason or another, is a medium that has been consistently shackled by the shallow perceptions of it by the collective consciousness of popular culture. The idea of anime is so much more interesting to people than what anime actually is. Anime, by definition, is just animation but Japanese. But anime, written in quotation marks as to denote the literal understanding from the colloquial one, has a kind of mythology behind it. Giant robots, teenagers saving the world with superpowers, hyper-emotive character acting and writing, shouting attack names, comic relief pervert, panty shots, 15-year-olds with giant tits, tentacle porn, adult women who look like lollies, tsundere, yandere, kudere, big eyes, lack of lip sync, crazy theme songs. Even the fans themselves have become reduced to pieces of iconography to be memed. I could be reading stuff off TV tropes all day if I wanted to, but somehow I feel like suicide is a preferable option to that.
There's a lot of words, but he's not saying much.
A lot of words to say, not a lot. I think the interesting point in there is talking about how, anime as a concept versus anime, what it actually is, which is a fascinating thing for him to say, considering what he said earlier.
I do have to put down, I guess. I'm going to climb a little bit of an ivory tower. Nretsew, I am I am relatives of somebody who runs a language magazine.
Mm-hmm.
So I get some osmosis. And this stuff about what a word is and what a word conveys are different things. So, the same could be said about freedom. It can be just literal definition, or it can be that American freedom with all the eagles and guns and flags and big cars and military and occupation and oil, everything that freedom can entail can be collected in this one word and then given to somebody else, and then it becomes a question of
so that's what I
sender receiver.
Excuse me. Yeah. So that's kind of what I mean. Like, there is an interesting discussion to be had here. I think the problem is that it's ironic because he's talking about the surface level, right? He's more into the idea of anime than anime itself, right? And I think it is interesting. The problem is and the irony of it is he's also only getting into the surface level of that idea, right? Right? Because all he's done is just say, yeah, anime colloquially has all of this kind of cultural association tied to it, right?
Yeah.
The 15-year-olds with big tits, the lollies, the fucking cringe maids, and the whatever, right? All these kind of things. However, all of those things are things that he himself has prescribed to them with his own American cultural lens, right? Like, those are things that he has kind of identified as being the cultural consensus around anime. Whereas if you talk to, I don't know, someone in Japan, perhaps they would have a different idea of what the cultural consensus
and of course
would be around
this
anime.
is going a little bit into sender receiver, and what is it, semiomatics kind of deal.
Yeah. We're getting. Look, this guy's a big brain man, so we're gonna get big brain.
Yeah, we're going into the semiomatics, the science, the philosophies of ideas of how it's being sent and how it's being received, and those can be different things. Somebody in Japan might have actually the same ideas of anime as somebody in America, but then you get somebody who's a fan who has a different idea of what anime is than somebody who is not a fan. And then you got an anime fan who is not in Japan, has a different idea from a fan who is in Japan, etc., etc. It becomes real complicated. But I don't know what he's going to mean about he was going in service level, because you don't need this deep knowledge of anime, understanding it as an entire culture to just enjoy your anime. I enjoyed my anime before I was known anything, all these tropes, before these tropes became a recognizable thing. I enjoyed the Death Notes.
I think the issue is that he's like, we shit on the whole concept of weebs, right? And I've been trying to not use the term weeb, right? But I think weeb is a good way to describe what people are. Interestingly enough, right? Because originally weeb would mean someone who was a Japanophile, right? They would be, oh, Japan is better than my home country. I love Japan more than my home country. Domi Arigato, Mr. Roboto Komasai, right? Those kinds of people. But I think that another kind of weeb that kind of got lost in the ebb and flow of the language shifting and changing was the weeb that is the person that's just getting into anime and has those misconceptions about Japan based on anime, right? About what Japan is. Because their only experience to the culture is through the lens of anime, which itself is a lens created by, Japan.
It's a fantasy in its own right.
It's own fantasy, right? So there's like this kind of level of weebery, right? That is the person that does it, and those people I actually don't think exist as much as they used to, because especially with the age of the internet, where information is so readily available, there's so many people that are going to come out and just shit on you if you have an opinion like
Nobody
that. Right?
thinks that games will create serial killers. That's not a similar thing.
It's kind of a similar thing, right? But I think that that's kind of the idea being talked about here, right? Is you have anime as a lens, people look at that lens, and then they'll come up with their own misconceptions, and everyone starts at like kind of the idiot knowledge base, right? You start off not knowing anything, and then as you progress, as you continue to watch anime, as you continue to have discussions with other people that watch anime, as you continue to interact with the medium itself, you then start to pick up on these kind of different things, and eventually your knowledge base improves, and then you end up like us on a fucking podcast on YouTube shitting on YouTubers. Right? One thing leads to another.
I maybe to wrap it up, I think the analogy, a reverse analogy in a sense, is that the idea the Japanese had about France, the entire French syndrome kind of deal, the French shock. But the Japanese hyped the idea of France as a perfect, sophisticated and elegant, and flowers and bonjours everywhere, that when they go to France, it's just a regular European country that may or may not have a mild recession going at the moment.
Right.
And that
all right.
Therefore, the Japanese are just as susceptible, and this is not a new concept.
Yeah. But anyway, let's keep going. See what our man's got to say.
I admit that part of this is because the fans themselves feed into it, and in return the anime industry itself feeds back. And if you know nothing about anime and you see fans of it jerking off Child Rapist Wish Fulfillment Simulator 2024 as one of the greatest fantasy shows of all time, it's kind of easy to believe that that's all there is.
Pause 1 second. I think it's...
You're not going to let this Mashoko Tensei slander.
Nah, the painful truth is, Nretsew, this kind of slander is so standard, it's boring. I just wanted to note that if you go back to the ever scene 1 moment.
Oh no. I'm going to get in trouble.
Oh damn, alright. You can see NX.toe in the bottom. So it's a screen grab. Oh! It's a screen grab from a piracy site.
Man doesn't know how to torrent.
Yeah.
Yet another man. Poor child doesn't know how to torrent. That was there's a bit of drama going on Twitter right now. There's been a lot of friendly fire going on because a guy was like, because some guy on Twitter, some random normie or whatever, was like, hey, you can't get Serial Experience Lane on Blu-ray unless you pay $2,000 or whatever. Here's like a Mega Drive file folder with the entirety of Lane in it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And just on Twitter, just posting the fucking mega link, right? And someone quote tweeted that and was like, acting like you're the savior of fucking anime when you can just fucking torrent, right? You dumbass.
Yeah.
And post a picture of I'll just say it's fucking Nah, right? Post a picture of Nah, right? And people are getting really pissed at that guy. Not the guy that posted the mega link, but the guy that quote tweeted him, because don't fucking tell them where to get the animes from. Don't fucking teach them how the sites, because if hundreds of thousands of people find out about the sites, they'll get shut down. Don't be secretive, right? While on some level I agree that you should have discretion and not just blurt out the sites willy-nilly, right? The guy didn't even name the site. He showed a screenshot from it. Right? He didn't even fucking name what the site was.
I'm very sure that the mighty Kadokawa already knows this site exists.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. I mean, they've tried to take it down a few times. It hasn't worked, because it doesn't work.
Because it's in Sweden, and all the owners are anonymous, so... And the ISP doesn't care.
It's also mostly magnet links now, so you don't even need to download a file to get the torrent.
So it's all complicated. So yeah, I wasn't aware of your Twitter dramas, Nretsew.
Well, of course not. But it's interesting that it's kind of relevant here with the whole like stream. This man using like recorded fucking stream audio, stream stuff, because I think that on one level we should be teaching the kids how to torrent, right? But at the same time, I do agree that be a bit discreet, be a little more, And I think that guy who's getting shat on in the quote tweets, I think he was fine, because he didn't name the site. He just posted a screenshot of it and showed, like, because he just put in like Serial Experience Lane, and he just posted a screenshot of all the different fucking torrents for Serial Experience Lane, because his point was he was shitting on this guy who was acting like, oh, I've saved Serial Experience Lane from obscurity because I've put it in a Mega Drive folder and put it up on Twitter, right? Like, when it's like, dude, just go learn how to torrent, right? And in the process of learning how to torrent, you will find out what sites you can use to get the animes, right? It's not fucking difficult.
To go off the rails for myself for 1 second, I remember a time where in game, you might have heard of it, violated heroin.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder what game that is, Ellie. I wonder what game.
There was a brief bit of drama where somebody did a playthrough on YouTube or of some kind, and people got really mad at the playthrough at YouTube because if the game got too known, it would get shut down by who knows, but just don't do that.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah.
And after a while, people calm down, and who cares if you can get away on YouTube?
It end up being a problem anyway.
Yeah.
It's a typical story. Anyway, let's get back to it.
It's one of the greatest fantasy shows of all time. It's kind of easy to believe that that's all there is in the medium. But if you actually make an effort to ignore the fandom and
Vinland
just go out of your
Saga,
way
so
to find
good.
shows,
yeah, so good. Oh boy. Oh,
this is also taken from a trailer of YouTube, I believe, because it has the copyrights.
You see the Katakawa copyrights on the bottom. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
You soon realize just how criminally misrepresented anime is in pop culture. Yes, there is slop. There is lots of slop. This is undeniable. But that's not unique to anime. American animation suffers from the same problems. Everything suffers from the same problems, even when taking a quote-unquote more respected medium like literature. The most popular books of the last couple years are just like actual pornography. This shit is literally isekai.
I let out a moan as he purrs his lips to my ear. Shh, no noises. I have no idea how to make it through the next 30 seconds without making another sound. One of his arms wrapped around me with the stethoscope pressed to my chest. His other arm is tight against my stomach as his hand continues its magic between my legs. He's still somehow deep inside me, and I'm trying to move against him, but he's rock solid as the tremors begin to rush through me. My legs are shaking and my hands are at my sides, gripping the tops of his thighs as it takes every ounce of my strength not to scream out his name. Oh, such pornographic material, Ellie. How good, how uncouth, oh.
You need to do a lot more to get me offended about sex.
You need to do a lot more to get me aroused, you mean?
I mean, I'll give. This is just one excerpt, so I won't judge the erotic value of this.
Yeah, we're not going to judge the whole book on one episode, but yeah, no, it's those puritanical American values do be seeping. They do be seeping.
Who cares if it's pornography? If it's good, it's good. That's the more important part.
Exactly. And look, these women seem to be into it. Like,
is he against, sexual empowerment?
I guess maybe he is, right? It's very it's such a weird kind of like, oh, just because it's pornographic, it can't be good.
Or
right?
if it has sex, I guess that's the.
If it has sex in it, it can't be good. Like, it's very silly. We've encountered it so many times that it gets really annoying to have to talk about it. But it's so fucking like, guys.
Hey, Samu, you said you were here for the gay sex, and now you got the gay sex. So you can't now say you want out. I have the thing on top. Here, it's time. The first thing.
No fighting on the street.
Here, I've pinned it. It's time for gay sex, boys.
Oh yeah. Get outed. Get outed. Okay. Anyway, Yeah, George R.R. Martin is held to such high regard, but there's lots of exactly. It's so silly. It's so silly. It's I just don't know how these guys can't fucking fathom the idea of sex in my media. You know, just
yeah.
But anyway, let's continue.
Ecchi slave harem shows for women. The only difference is that with anime, it's as though the medium is judged by the fan base rather than the shows themselves. So yeah, I said.
So something that's really weird about this intro, right, is like, and we're still in the intro, by the way. So something that's really weird about this intro is he says stuff that I kind of agree with, but then he fucks it up, right? Because I do agree that people do judge anime based on the fan bases more than, like, you know, My Hero Academia is actually a really good example of this, right? Because the My Hero Academia base got a bit of a reputation for a long time of being absolutely fucking toxic because they would be harassing people over fucking, you know, characters and the great man is bad. How dare the anime sexualize the characters? How dare they make the characters more sexual than they were in the manga? Oh no, it's so bad, right? And I can understand like people that will look at like people that are quote unquote fans, right? That goof off like that and go off like that and then get a bad impression of the show itself based on how people react to it, right? And so I do agree with him that is a problem that does happen. The issue is the way you solve that problem is you have to just detach the qualitative statement of the anime from whatever the fuck the fans are doing. Vinland Saga, like when we had that reaction to Vinland Saga, right? We're like, oh, yeah, because everyone's hyping up Vinland Saga. Vinland Saga is the greatest anime of all time. Oh, it's so good. It's so awesome.
No, it's so
it's so great, right?
Well, personally, my problem is more that's the only moral anime. If kind of
the only moral anime.
It feels like it's kind of held up as
it's
getting held up as the only moral anime.
Yeah, but that again, that's the fan base doing that, right? That's the people that quote unquote are fans of it doing an action that causes you and me to be kind of not, I don't want to use repulsed because that's a bit strong, but like it drives us away from actually trying it, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that,
you know,
it's a little bit more complicated because I have nothing against Vinland Saga. I think it's more of a misused...
No, that's my point.
It's more of a misused shorthand, right? If you want,
Vinland
Saga doesn't prove anything on its own. So showing it to me again doesn't prove it to me more. It is just one more anime, and if it's a good anime, very well. It's a very moral anime. It's a good historic anime. All good stuff.
All that fun stuff. Yeah.
It doesn't, for me. It doesn't mean what you think it means, kind of deal. And just showing it to me again doesn't, like I said, prove it more.
And it's like I said, like it gives us it gives me a false impression of the show before I even watch it. Right, like I go in expecting this, like, oh, it's so moral, it's big Christian values or whatever, right? You know, big Christian value show, right?
Big Viking values,
Viking values, yeah. Noble savage Vikings or something, right? Like it kind of gives this, yeah, it gives so I do think that is a thing that happens and it should be talked about. The issue is this guy is again. He's just kind of dropping these ideas and concepts, these kind of relatively big concepts to talk about, right? The idea of fans affecting perceptions of works, right? These kind of really interesting, difficult topics to kind of, debate and talk about. He's just kind of tossing them around. And I don't know whether or not he's doing that because he thinks it makes him sound smart or whatever. Because it's like, oh yeah, I'm talking about the perception of, but it ends up just kind of because he doesn't actually extrapolate on that point. He just kind of leaves it hanging a little bit here.
Also, if he wants the shows to talk to the audience or have a conversation with the audience, that's not really in most shows' ability to do. A game is far more suited to talk to the audience, to the player, than
Join Horizon in the middle of nowhere fandom now. We're too small to be toxic.
We're going to fight over who's best girl, and that's about it. Now, video games are far more suited to have a conversation with the player because you can react to what the player does in the game and what the player, kind of the action that the player does and what it means to the game.
Yeah.
But the anime can't really just talk back. So it either has to be like 5 years later that the series can respond to what the people said about it a year ago, or it is already about, author audience interactions, something like Recreators, right?
Yeah.
Recreators was in part about the relationship between author and the author and the work, and I believe a little bit of the audience. I'm sorry, never finished Recreators. Wasn't interesting to me, but I was still as respect for that kind of story, that kind of message.
Yeah.
So yeah, the point is, unless this work is already about a relationship between audience and author, or even work, then it doesn't. Any answer will come years later, or along after conversation is already kind of had. And the best genre to do this in is really a game.
Right. All right. Well,
medium to do this in.
Sat my ass down, watched Evangelion instead of just looking at the fans, which do nothing but talk about which teenager they want to fuck more.
So again, this is the thing, right? He's saying, "Oh, I actually sat down and watched Eva instead of just listening to the fans that just want to."
I mean, I did both, so.
I mean, we do both because we're giga chads like that, right?
I watched all of Eva.
Yeah, same. I like Eva, but anyhow, let's continue.
Watched Lane instead of just looking at the fans, which do nothing but make awful breakcore edits for their lay quirky internet femcel aesthetic. Watched Monster instead of looking at the fans, which do nothing but make cringeworthy Johan Liebert Sigma Grindset edits on TikTok, and realized, okay, yeah, this is the best fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. I don't want to say this because people are gonna Thing Japan me like crazy, but as a person with substantial...
He's kinda, but at the same time, I think that, again, like, he had an interesting, like, premise there, like I said, like, the whole fan perception versus what the show actually is, right? Like, there is an interesting discussion, and we had a little bit of a discussion just before about it, right? There is an interesting discussion to be had there, and an interesting topic to kind of dig into, but he doesn't dig into it. He just
Nretsew, what do you know of WHOOOO?
I know that it's based off a game. I know that the animation's really good, and I've seen that one clip of the girl getting into the bathtub.
So the only really thing you know is about how the ladies are sexy.
Kinda, yeah. I know that there's more to it than that. I know that there is, I know there's more to it than that, but it's apparently quite, it's quite good.
So, does that prevent you from ever going to watch WHOOOO?
Not really, no.
Yeah, so what's the problem? I don't
exactly.
I mean, I guess from the 7 people in this chat, maybe one of them at least has seen WHOOOO. Others might only have seen the characters drawn in fan art and sexy situations. Yeah, that doesn't mean that WHOOOO isn't worth it, or that there's inherently a problem with WHOOOO. To me, it feels kind of like the discussion is already over. The Eva discussion is already over, right? Everything of importance.
Kinda. People are still talking about Eva to this day.
Well, I mean, it's more in the sense from anything. The essays have already been written about Eva, right? So now it's only kind of you kind of end up on personal preferences discussions.
Well, most of the Eva discussion is about whether or not Arno hates otaku or not. That's typically what most.
Yeah, but besides, what's your favorite character is kind of the last discussions that remain at the end. That's because the discussion is already over.
Maybe it's because you're not in the Twitter sphere, right? You're not seeing in the trenches.
No, I
mean,
right? About Eva itself. I mean, people have stopped talking about what does Eva mean for a long while.
Well, no, I'm telling you, they haven't. That's what I'm saying. The shit still gets fucking brought up on Twitter all the fucking time. There'll be
I
a
mean-
thread like every other month where someone is like, "Oh, I love Ava because Ava is all about how otaku are stinky poo poo, and Arno hates the stinky poo poo otaku."
Nah, I mean more
And
of,
everyone,
more
and
of
then
the.
everyone has to come in. Then everyone has to come in and go, no, that's not actually what he meant by that. You dumb fuck, you media illiterate piece of shit. Shut the fuck up, right?
Nah, I mean,
So
I mean,
I kind of
there have been plenty of other conversations before this one, and all those conversations have been over for a while.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the conversations keep like it's not actually a matter of like the conversation is finished and then no one talks about that conversation again. The conversation just it's like a fucking cycle. It just keeps coming back every now and then. Like Twitter and I don't know, maybe it's a Twitter thing. Maybe it's just a Twitter thing, but I feel like it's like content recycling, right? Where you'll have Arno hates otaku as a meme, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that conversation will happen and there'll be the debate about it and people have to like fight in that trench, right, for whatever side they're on. And then maybe a winner is pronounced, maybe a winner is not pronounced, right? And then it goes silent again. And then like 6 months later, someone will do it again, right? I think, what was the one that I saw? I saw a fucking, what the fuck was it? There was a tweet that I saw this morning when I got up, but I can't fucking remember what it was. But when I saw it, this was actually the first thing I thought was like, are we really doing this again? Are we really doing this fucking nonsense again? But I don't remember what it was though. That's the
Anyway,
problem. It was.
I
yeah.
want
But
people.
but what I'm saying is there is definitely this like cyclical thing that goes on where arguments, like, I don't think that we have a discussion and then suddenly the discussion kind of ends now, right? I think back in the day we did have that, but now things just keep getting repeated over.
Nah, I have at least Lasse that kind of agrees with me on a level. I do, and I'm not saying that there's no discussions aren't brought back again. It's kind of the thing about, you know, culture as a whole. Thing is agreed upon, new generation comes, questions what the previous generation has thought of it, and then restarts the conversation and maybe comes to a different conclusion, maybe not.
Right. Alright, you know what? Let's keep going.
Experience watching both American and Japanese animation. Japanese animation is just way far ahead of us artistically on every level. And honestly, I hate to admit this beyond the thing Japan shit, because I should like American animation more, because I like it more on a base level stylistically. And even as a person who will admit that they think anime is better, it's because of this that I believe that the very idea of American anime is fucking stupid and should stop being made. Let me lay down some animation history.
He doesn't want that Tomb Raider
Alright,
anime?
so that's the intro. Right, and so everything from this point onwards is all new to me.
All right.
Okay, but so now it's time to play compare and contrast, right? So that was the intro from this guy. So let's switch on over, right?
I have it prepared.
You have it prepared. We'll swap on over, right, to why is adult animation so far behind? Now this is an hour and a half fucking video.
Oh, we're
right?
not going to do that.
So we're not going to watch the whole thing, and we're not going to like I don't want to comment on the video so much. I just want to like play the intro, so that you guys at home watching in the VOD or watching live can get what I'm talking about when I say like these two videos are like the yin and the yang of each other, right? Like it's actually crazy how they both are trying to say kind of the same thing, and one of them does such a better job at saying it, right? So anyhow, let's
oh wait,
get
1
right
second,
so this is,
I have to switch back for 1 second. Whoosh. Let's do the quick version for 1 second. I muted this tab because when I set this up. All right, and I don't want to, the room key. Oh no, the room key for this.
Oh no.
All right.
To be fair, most of the discussion, Western animation is just animation as cinema, and they just talk about soylent jokes. Yeah, okay. His frustration seems reasonable. Well, I mean, I guess. Again, let's see what the yin and yang has to say. Let's have a listen.
First thing you think of when I say the words adult animation. What's the first thing that pops into your head? If you live in North America, or any English-speaking country for that matter, the first thing you probably thought of was adult comedies. The Simpsons, Family Guy, South Park, Rick and Morty, these are by far the most popular form of adult animation we have, being adult because of their vulgar sense of humor or relevant pop culture parodies, and absolutely topping the charts in terms of viewers and publicity. Publicity that isn't always good though, because if there's anything most people know about these shows, it's that they don't look all that great. In fact, ask someone to name the worst looking piece of animation they've ever seen, and they might tell you something like Big Mouth. There are millions of videos dunking on shows like these for their distasteful art style or just overall lack of quality, and the best of the best are typically only okay, fine looking, but nothing special. The second kind of adult animation that you might have thought of then is a bit different. You have stuff like Arcane, Castlevania, Invincible, shows that are adult because of violence or dark mature themes, with more focus on long, intricate storylines than episodic sitcom-style adventures, and a much better reputation for visual quality. Yet, these are infinitely more rare than the cheap cash grab animated sitcoms that seem to get pumped out, and they take an enormous amount of effort to make. Arcane being in production for 6 years, and Invincible only putting out about 4 episodes once in a blue moon. But America isn't really the country known for this kind of animation.
No, I missed it when the first time watching that Invincible was only 4 episodes per season, I guess.
Well, no, it's more than 4 episodes, but the production's been getting staggered.
Oh, so it's like part 1, part 2 kind of deal.
Yeah, they've been doing that because I don't know if it's a budget problem or if there's been scheduling issues or strikes or whatever, but something like that. But anyway, I want to get through the intro just so that we can get that reference point.
Now, is it? Because the much more obvious second thing that you might have been thinking about is anime. It's not a wholly unfair comparison. Japan has one of the largest animation industries in the world, right next to the US, and has an impressive amount of cultural exchange and influence worldwide. I mean, we all know who Goku is, you've seen a Pokemon before, there's a lot of crossover between the industries. But notably, there's a lot more really good adult anime out there. Adult anime that seems to be made faster, higher quality, and with more variety than most things America can put out, despite the whole industry being overall smaller than the US's. Like, don't get me wrong, Invincible looks pretty good, but I can go to any random seasonal show in Japan and it's probably gonna look just as good and also have a minimum of 12 episodes out a year. Arcane is like the best looking thing ever, but in the time it took them to make 9 episodes, Vinland Saga put out 48 that are by no means bad looking. There's some people out there who would say that anime is just objectively superior to Western animation, like as an art form, and that's insane.
Who did? Talking about someone?
Who would say that? Who would say that?
Nobody, right?
Nobody, right? But okay,
Go watch a Spider-Verse movie and get back to me. But in terms of adult stuff, it's certainly really far ahead. So much so that people confuse well-made adult animation in the US with anime all the time. Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft, a new show recently announced to be made by the studio behind Castlevania, was called the Tomb Raider anime despite being made in Austin, Texas. Castlevania even had the same thing happen, with the creators being adamant that they had people in the anime industry working on the show. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole what is an anime discussion. You want to say that Tomb Raider having an anime art style makes it one? Sure, that's valid. I don't care. But the fact that these shows get called anime so often, to the point that Netflix made a documentary called Enter the Anime just to promote them, kinda says everything you need to know. So I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to see why adult animation in the West seems to be so far behind anime when it comes to production and popularity. And more than that, I want to go through the history and context behind these two industries, talk about how anime and cartoons developed in these two major places, and figure out why they're so different. Because I think that context can give us a greater understanding and appreciation for the art form. And if you're interested in that too, then let's just get right into it.
And we're not.
So, in 3 minutes and 46 seconds, he did a much better job laying out his argument, talking about both sides of the industry and, the fact, here's the establishment, right? He brought up the statistics, right? He brought up the statistics about the anime industry's size, right? He brought up, he laid out a really good foundation for the video, right? Why does adult animation feel so far behind? What happened here, right? And then and then after his intro, he says, right, let's explore it, right? Let's go through the history. Let's talk about it. Let's go through the research that I've done, right?
Also,
into this topic.
American anime isn't trash. It doesn't.
Yes, exactly. It's fear, right? And then you compare that to what we just watched to the other guy. The other guy took about twice as long in his intro, right? Now, admittedly, his video is only 22 minutes, and this one's an hour and a half, right? So it's not the best comparison, right? It's not the best run, right? But I feel like I got a much better, even just from the intro, I got a much better kind of vibe from our boy here, right? Our green avatar boy here. And I feel like that comes down to just like he has this air of professionalism to him, and he has this air of, I'm going to be fair about this. I'm not just going to do thing Japan, right? I'm going to say, right, here is, there are some good examples of Western adult animation, but for the most part, there's a lot of trash. But why is this the case? Why does it feel like that, right? Let's discover it. As opposed to the other guy who feels more like, an opinion man, right? He's like, I have such great media taste. I love.
I think it's interesting that he dismissed anime, its entire medium, because he watched 3 bad shows, and it doesn't give
bad according to him, of course.
Yeah,
bad according to him.
And now I feel he's going to do the same with the American medium in its entirety, right?
Yeah.
There's more than 3 bad American shows.
Yeah, and there's a hostile vibe to it, right? There's kind of this like ironic, I know it's bad. I'm gonna talk about how it's bad, even though I like it apparently, or
I don't know.
I'm more of an animation guy or whatever, right? So I think this is why I wanted to compare and contrast it, because this gives you an idea of what I'm saying with like they're both talking about kind of the same thing, right? American anime or / American adult animation, right, is quote unquote bad, right? Why is it bad? What's the like you have the thesis statement, which is Western anime bad, right? Now we got to get into like, okay, why is that the case? And now we're not going to watch the 1 hour and 30 minute video to save Ellie's sanity, so we can actually get to sleep tonight. So I would highly recommend people do actually go and watch that video. I'll link it.
Oh no, the thing, the screen.
Oh no, it's all broken. It's all broken.
No, everybody is going to invade the thing.
No, they're gonna leave. They're gonna go to the other video. No. Okay, there we go. As we linked it in the last episode, but I'll link it in the chat again this episode, right? So
we'll remove the pin.
We'll remove Samu's pin. Yeah, we'll put my one on there.
I did.
Read Blood Lad? No, I haven't. I don't think I haven't read Blood Lad.
I read it at the start, but I never quite got far into it.
But anyway, so go add that video to your watch later and watch it while you're having tea or something, right? Just go or when you're playing a game, put it on in the background, right? And give it a watch, right? Give it a go, because it is a very good video. I highly recommend giving it a look, right? But sadly, now we have to get back to the actual subject.
The inferior, to the American version.
The inferior one. The inferior. Mom, we have video essay. I want video essay, Mom. I want video essay. We have video essay at home, dear. The video essay at home. The video essay at home. Oh man. But anyway, so now we've heard the intros. Let's hear what this guy's got to say.
Provide context for the arguments I'm about to make. Here's the thing. A lot of people like to view anime as this completely insular thing, completely immune to influence from foreign styles or cultures. Kind of a similar line to thinking many hold about Japan as a whole, and it's similar in the sense that it's not true. Of course, nowadays you're not getting shows that are influenced by American animation, but go back, and I mean like way back to the mid-20th century.
What is he saying?
Osamu Tezuka, a guy.
Is he saying that American influences today don't happen in anime?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
That is,
I mean,
that's insane,
I mean-
Nretsew.
My Hero Academia. I wonder what that's based off.
Real.
I wonder why My Hero Academia has a character called All Might who is a literal Westophile, right? Like All Might. Okay, context, right? All Might actually is like a weeaboo, but for the West in canon universe. Like he goes over to America to study, and he bases a lot of his style off like American style when he goes off to America to
You
study.
mean
hero
he's
stuff,
wearing red, white, and blue?
He's wearing the red, white, and blue.
Like
he's got
the Dutch
stars.
flag?
He's got
Like the Dutch flag?
Dutch All Might.
He's tall
but you
and
get what I mean,
blonde
right?
and
You
blue eyes.
get what I mean, right? And that's because All Might is meant to represent like Superman, right? It's very clear what the influences are, right? It's very clear that there's a lot of influence in My Hero Academia from Western comic books, right? They have another American character who shows up, the fucking chick that comes in for like 2 seconds and then gets killed off, who is the number one American hero, and she is very, copying All Might. It's actually a very interesting analogy to this, because you have All Might, right, who goes to America, falls in love with America, copies the style of America, brings that back to Japan, right? And then you have, America Boo. Thank you, 650. And then you have the other girl, I can't remember her name, but she gets saved by All Might in America, and then she copies All Might, who is copying America. So it's an American copying a Japanese man copying America.
Oh, that sounds like what happens to Westerns and
Yeah,
samurai movies.
So it's a very samurai movies. Yeah, it's very interesting, right?
Yeah. So quick contest. I'm very sure that everybody knows it already, but I'm going to say anyway. The Westerns, and the same as the samurai movies, are inventions from people who are not Japanese or Americans. The thing about the Westerns was that it was some Italians that were making.
Yeah, I believe I'm talking about Star and Stripe. I think I am. Maybe. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, her name is Stars and Stripe. Okay. Yeah.
So
Thanks,
some Italians made movies about fake America, and then Americans went, "Oh, that is cool. That's fake America. Let's make that fake American the entire basis of our culture, called Western." And the same happened with Japanese samurai movies, like some, I assume, Frenchmen, because the French loved Japan back in the day. Some French
idea of
just to finish the story, Nretsew. Some Frenchmen went to Japan and said, "Oh, that's so cool with swords and nobility and whatnot," and then the Frenchmen told the story again to the Japanese, and the Japanese went, "Oh yeah, that sounds very cool. Let's pretend it's our actual history."
So as I said, like, this cultural exchange has been happening. It is true that it happened back in the day because this guy's obviously, I have a feeling this guy's just going to repeat like the common knowledge about Tezuka and whatnot, right?
Disney,
it's just going to be the common knowledge that you could find on a Wikipedia article, right? But I think that this kind of cultural exchange has been happening constantly, right? And it's even in the chat, we have people giving more examples, like, Eric Cartman inspiring Power from Chainsaw Man, right? Otomo loved Kubrick movies, right? Like, there's this cultural exchange of Japan looking at what America's doing and wanting to recreate that same feeling, or America looking at what Japan is doing and wanting to recreate that feeling, right? These are things that have been happening since forever, right? So to say kind of like, because like, what did he say there? He was kind of like,
something insane.
Cultures.
All right, here we go.
Kind of a similar line to thinking many hold about Japan as a whole, and it's similar in the sense that it's not true. Of course, nowadays you're not getting shows that are influenced by American animation, but go back.
Nowadays you're not getting shows that are influenced by American animation.
Oh, so if he's going to say animation styles, maybe,
yeah.
But the
problem is it's very broad on what you mean by influence, right? Like, what do you mean influence? You mean story? Like, again, like, kind of.
I'm very sure that there are sitcoms things that slice of life is maybe in part inspired by sitcoms, or maybe that's something like Spy Family dysfunctional, semi-dysfunctional family is inspired by dysfunctional families in American cartoons. Like,
all right,
the cultural exchange is unavoidable, and it can't be stopped.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Like way back to the mid-20th century with Osamu Tezuka, a guy which, if you haven't heard of him, then I don't trust your opinion on anything animation related. If you made a timeline of the history of Japanese animation and comics, there is before Tezuka and after Tezuka. This man is the foundation, the godfather, as he's often called.
This is a little bit too much putting somebody on a pedestal. He was not alone.
A little bit. Yeah, and it's funny because...
Respect the greats, but don't make them gods.
It's funny because the other guy also talks about this, but he also brings up the fact that Tezuka, poached a lot of... Because I believe the history was like he was working at the
Toei?
first animation studio.
Wasn't it just Toei?
It was Toei, yeah. I think he was working at Toei, and then he went off to make his own thing, and then he poached a whole bunch of other animators by basically going up to them and saying, hey, I'll pay you like twice as much as what you're making now if you come join me. And so he poached as a whole bunch of other animators from Toei and goes off and does his own thing. And it's interesting because the other video is also very critical of Tezuka, because Tezuka is also possibly one of the reasons why animators get paid so little now. Because back then they had to like negotiate with the production committees and
it's a little bit too much detail right now, but
it's a lot too much. Again, watch the other fucking video. There's a lot of good information in there about this stuff. But the point is, Tezuka, while he is the great, man who did the things, right, got things kind of started, right. One, he wasn't necessarily alone. There were other people around at the time that are, probably not going to have their names etched into the history books, right? But they did exist and they are there, right? And two, I agree with you. I don't think it's right to kind of be like, oh, Tezuka is the godfather man of all of the animes ever anime man, right? It's not quite. It's not quite accurate. It's not quite.
There's very few instances where that is actually true, and even then, still, it's like coincidences and histories and people that were close by and all that stuff. There's no,
just pure luck happening.
Was it something like the great man theory of history?
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Something like that. I'm not. I don't know. It's a critique of how history is being told, but I'm not. I've never really read into it. Besides,
but anyway, let's keep hearing about how Tezuka is the greatest human to ever live.
Of everything that we know as anime and manga, dude revolutionized the industry by cranking out 1 billion manga, of which includes stuff like Astro Boy and Dororo. Classics so classic, they're still being reinterpreted and adapted into anime to this day. And like I said, the guy was doing this with basically 0 point of reference for works in his home country. Annulist won't even let you go.
No, that's not true. He did a bunch of...
No, yeah, that isn't true. That isn't true at all.
He retold stories that already were known in Japan.
There was also the fact that he was inspired by what was it? Fuck, it was in the fucking long video where he talked about how Tezuka was inspired by some other animations of the time that were like the early animations that were just starting to come up after the war, right? So it's not, and that's what kind of got him to want, and also of course he was inspired by Disney, of course, as well, quite a bit. So I feel like it's inaccurate to kind of be like, well, Japanese animation just didn't fucking exist until Tezuka showed up. Yeah, as Mushroom says, Toei was making movies before Tezuka, and he worked on. Yeah, that's what I mean. He was working at Toei,
and then he said,
before he went off on his own.
This is trash. I'm going to make my own studio. Hey, people who in Toei want to work with me instead?
Yeah, I'll pay you more. I'll pay you more. Come work for me. I'll pay you more.
Nah, nobody is making stories that nobody has ever heard before. It's always a reinterpretation of a story that's already around. I mean, any story that I make up is an amalgamation of things that I think are cool. There's no avoiding it.
All right, let's keep going.
70 in its search engine, and if you alter the link to do so anyway, you're left with a bunch of shit that literally no one has seen. So then what was he influenced by, which created a style so revolutionary, it essentially legitimized an entire art form into becoming among the most important cultural touchstones in post-war Japan?
He's hyping it a bit too much.
Jesus fucking Christ.
A little bit too much.
A little bit. He's laying it on a little thick. He's laying it on a little thick, right? It's a little. Come on, tone it down a little bit, dude. Come on, just a little.
Walt Disney. Classic cartoon shorts like Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, Betty Boop, and the more ambitious feature lengths of the time like Pinocchio, Fantasia, Dumbo. I mentioned earlier the epic funny joke about how anime characters have such big eyes, but you want to know why that is? Because of
Disney.
Tezuka. And you want to know why he drew them that way? Because he watched Bambi literally 80 fucking times. Okay, so why is this important? Well, it's necessary to recognize that anime, despite initially being dominated by its own influences, evolved stylistically to the point where it surpassed them.
It's so fucking annoying because it's like there's a lot of history there that's important to talk about, but
it's not there.
Like, oh, anime didn't exist until Tezuka just magically showed up, and then suddenly anime exists. It's like the Big Bang Theory, right? like, oh, the Big Bang of Tezuka happened, and suddenly anime existed, and then all of a sudden, you know, oh, it might have been inspired by Disney, but then things happened, right? Things happened, Ellie. Things happen. I'm not going to tell you what things happen, but things happen, and then now anime is anime, right? It feels like he's the kind of guy, right, that reads a Wikipedia article and thinks that he's now like a fucking like genius, right? He read the Wikipedia article for anime, and now he's just reciting like the common, like compressed version, right? Like the common knowledge version of what the history is of anime, but he's not actually going into like. There could be something to say about not going into the nitty-gritty details of things, but because he's leaving out so much context, right? So much of the like, oh, this person was inspired by this person, you know, this person came on the scene.
He really is just kind of thinking. I get a feeling that in his mind, Tezuka just was sitting there thinking, and then he had the Plato ideal beamed into him.
The apple fell on his head. And he was like, wow.
Was it Plato that did the whole ideal form thing, or was it somebody else? I
don't remember.
I'm not good with I never did the Greek philosophy thing. But you know, the one Greek philosopher that said, no, there exists an ideal form of everything, and Tezuka just got anime out of it.
Yeah. The neurons collided, and then suddenly
from the ethereal planes, he just received anime, and since then we got anime.
All right, let's keep going.
And it did so by creating its own identity and moving beyond its base level, something which I often criticize the American animation industry for not doing. Tezuka is often described as Japan's...
Well, I hate to pause immediately after I'm pausing, even though that's what we usually do, but to be fair to American animation, right, I wouldn't say that American animation has just, like, you know, not evolved since fucking Disney, right? Right?
It has.
And even if I reference the longer video, right? If I go back and reference that, he talks about how you had this kind of split that happened between TV animation and movie animation, because you had like the very expensive, you know, high fidelity Disney movie production, big budget animation, and then you had the TV Hanna-Barbera era, you know, simple, you know, some of those animations were literally just fucking slideshows with moving lips, right? Like literally just puppets, but anime, right?
Worse than Bakemonogatari.
Yeah, literally Bakemonogatari. But this is what I mean, right? I feel like he's being a bit reductive here, because I don't think it's fair to say, oh, Western, like, you can say that a lot of the more modern animation is shit, right? Like, if you don't like stuff like Big Mouth and, you know, all that, you know, whatever, right? You can argue that a lot of the stuff that is getting churned out on the Western side is bad, and I would argue that because a lot of it is bad, right? However, I'm not going to sit here and be like, it's always been bad since forever, right? It's always been, Disney has always been this massive conglomerate, playing it safe, never
and
doing
sucking
anything
up all the
interesting.
talent and ideas.
Sucking up all the talent, buying up all the companies, turning them into slop, right? Like, I wouldn't say that, because that's not true. There has been evolution. Like, we went from, having to hand draw everything, like even in technology, right? We went from having to hand draw everything to having, CGI and having computer assisted stuff. One of the key points in the other video that I'm going to keep referencing is he talks about how a lot of Western animation is outsourced, right? And that's something that's happening in Japan as well. But he brings up how the West was kind of starting to do that earlier, right? Or outsourcing things to, Korea and China and whatnot. And instead of actually animating a lot of stuff in-house, they'll just send the storyboards off to wherever and be like, hey, turn this into show, right? And even then, a lot of that stuff is getting assisted by animation software and programs that automatically kind of predict movements and are able to kind of fill in the in-between frames for you, right? So I feel like there's this like massive overgeneralization going on here, and it feels really weird to have to sit here and defend Western animation, considering how bad I think a lot of it is. The guy's not the difference between this guy and the other guy is this guy is just not being fair, right? He's not being fair to both mediums.
He's
right?
hyping
That's
up
the
anime and giving it special praise, which it doesn't really deserve in that sense, and just American anime is just doomed, and American animation is just doomed. I remember one fun anecdote of where this kind of in between what do you call it again? Other studios doing stuff, outsourcing animations, wherein I believe it was Powerpuff Girls. Some scene, museum, lots of police officers were there, and somewhere in sending it over and getting it back, one of the policemen was just a giant.
Right.
He was just an agent that was a police officer that was meant to be in the foreground was placed in the background, but kept its size. Therefore, he looked like a giant in the background. And there wasn't any time to fix that. So what they just did was added heavy footsteps. So now there was a giant walking around. That's still a consequence of it's not being done in-house. It was a consequence of, hey, fill this in, getting it back. Oh no, this guy is a giant. Let's do something funny with it. But that's an example, an anecdote.
Yeah. So anyway, let's keep hearing about how anime is just
the best
thing. Yeah.
Walt Disney, and in terms that's accurate, but when looking at the content of the work itself, it's night and day. Tezuka saw past the limitations of comics and animation as merely a children's medium, and started incorporating elements into his stories that were far darker and experimental and philosophically charged compared to a lot of...
Quick one, pause.
It's so fucking crazy how like yin and yang these videos are. It's insane.
Also,
it's so fucking crazy.
Anime, alright. There was somewhere, maybe in the previous guy video, like, anime is forever tainted because it was kind of first done for propaganda. If it's for propaganda, it's not for children in that sense. Right?
Well, the thing is he's completely leaving out, like, all of the censorship that happened, right? And that's something that the other guy in the video linked above, he goes into. He talks about how, in Japan, there was less censorship in terms of content, so they were allowed to explore darker topics, whereas in America, there was a lot more heavy restrictions on what you can show on a television, not just from legally speaking, but from a network perspective. The networks were enforcing a lot of, you can't show this, you can't show that. And he,
it's
like,
more of like an ad... To small correction, it was the advertisers that had total control.
Well, advertisers too, yeah, but it all trickles down. So you are correct though. But the thing is you'd have like the people in the boardroom that would say that would have to like the censors in the boardrooms while they were doing production would have to be like, no, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that. can't do that, right? So there was a lot more heavy restriction on what on animation in America, and that's why they had to focus so much on kids' cartoons and stuff that was for kids, right? And they weren't because they literally were not allowed to create adult stuff for a long time, unless it was some kind of Frisk the Cat type.
But it wasn't released on the TV. It was just straight to movie theater, straight to whatever.
To whatever, exactly. So that's what I mean, right? So that's a very, very important thing to talk about when you're talking about this, because the way this guy is presented it, he's presenting it as just, oh, those dumb Americans, they think animation's for kiddies. They didn't, they never grew up immature, right? When it's like, no, that's not how that went down. That's not how that went down. That's not the case, right? At all, right? It's not a matter of, oh, Suddenly, Japan, the enlightened Japanese, Ellie. The enlightened Japanese
powered by their noble samurai code.
Yeah. Powered by the noble samurai code. They saw the adult animations and they were like, yeah, we can do that. Oh, wow, so cool, right? So,
exactly how it happened.
Exactly how it happened, yeah. But anyway, let's keep going.
Disney stuff.
Hello. I want to clarify that there actually were more American comics at the time that were willing to delve into more mature and serious subject matter, unlike animated counterpart. Difference being these efforts were stifled by stuff like the Comics Code Authority.
Why are you saying this, my man? Why
didn't you fucking think about this before you had to put it in as an editor's note, you dumb fuck? I mean, good on him for putting it in, I guess, but at the same time, like, if you're not watching the video and you're listening to it in the background because it's a 20-minute video, you're not gonna see this, are you? You fucking, leading to dread. Yeah, it's almost like he watched the other video and was like, ah, shit.
Didn't this come out before the other one?
I don't know. I have to check the dates on the videos. But anyhow, let's continue.
Yeah.
Fucking funny.
Oh,
he's not done. He's not done. The anime and manga industry were also inseparably linked in a way. Yeah, it's like he watched the other video. It was like, ah, fuck. I gotta add all this stuff in post. Oh, no. American anime and comics industry or not, which is why I'm lumping the two together for Japan despite being drastically different mediums. It's also a good example of how attempts to replicate an anime industry are futile. Just how radically different the industries of animation are between America and Japan. I never found a way to put this into the script, so I put it.
Well, if you just make a video about how America is irredeemable and Japan is completely amazing at everything, yeah, then it's hard to insert nuance into that.
It's hard to put nuance into that, yeah. Also, mate, your video's already close to half an hour. Would it really have fucking killed you to add, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes of extra voiceover work? Like, it's just, maybe like another couple of hours in the editing room, just fucking put in a quick voiceover, boot up Audacity,
No, the problem is, Nretsew, this video is just structured where this nuance doesn't fit in. Where would you have put this in?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
At the at the end? That's the only part
I'm really tempted. I gotta see the dates now. When did...
Yeah, you go look that.
I'm gonna go look that right now. Hang on. So the good video was 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was July 27th, right? This video was 13 days ago. Literally the day after. Literally the day after.
That wouldn't be enough time. It would be enough time to put this in.
I mean, you can post edit YouTube videos now, I think, in the YouTube editor. So he could have done it as like a post edit. So literally a day after. Wow. That's crazy. That's insane. How they're literally a day after each other. Holy shit. But
too bad for him.
Yeah, too bad, yeah.
Another third?
Oof.
Another third? Give me third one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. Give me another third of this wall of
text. Give me another one, yeah. Give me another one, yeah. Ah, you did! Hey, back to the video.
Technically, I got it. That's a win.
Technically, you got it, right? Yeah, it's a win. Alright, let's go.
Is gory as hell. Phoenix is super high concept and avant-garde conceptually, and even Astro Boy, which is still generally a family-friendly story, was very politically driven by pro-environmentalist, anti-discriminatory, and anti-war themes. You could argue that some of this was simplistic and juvenile, but that's to be expected from a medium in its infancy. These were not, and to this day still not, for the most part, common in American animation. These were things unique to himself and his own artistic vision that he put in the work, and without them...
But he's German. Oh no!
He is German, but of a different race. His family is of an inferior race. Remember that well. That child is a Jew.
Damn. Is he just Hitler's father or something? That child, that father.
Literally, I'm getting a lot of Hitler particles. The Hitler particles are. Oh man, it's almost like art. Oh no, politics in my art. Oh no, Ellie. Oh no, I'm gonna get in trouble. Oh no. Anyway,
not allowed.
His art really as impactful or influential without that.
Oh, okay. Don't ever play with him again, okay? Do
I
you
understand. Oh no.
Oh, Listen, Adolf.
This is I recognize the style. Is it not? It's not Tessie guy. It's the other big guy.
Is it a different one? Is it? I don't know. It might have been. But I'm friends with him. Listen, Adolf. This is Japan. The Jews fear the samurai in Japan.
And because of that, anime is a relatively self-sustaining medium that doesn't need to take influence from more developed cultures to prop itself up.
Whoa!
Hey, oh, wait a second, my man. The more developed culture. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that, my dude?
Well, who's more developed?
Developed? Mr. Oh, I can't handle some fucking sex in my media. More developed, you mean? Yeah. Oh, so developed a fucking like novel for women is get your panties all fucking twisty, you know? Get your
can you point out some of those lesser developed cultures? Give me an example.
Yeah, you fucking Mr. American man here thinks he's so fucking hot. Thinks Japan's so fucking hot, you know. See, Ali, he thinks Japan is these more developed cultures, right? He thinks this so much better. But what about the female only train cars? Oh no! What about the phone shutters? The phone shutters! They're not more developed than us because they have phone shutter noises on their phones, Ali. Camera noise shutters. Ah! Fucking God.
No, it's. You're going into weird mindsets when you're going to compare cultures by lesser and more developed.
Yeah,
it's just don't
especially when you're talking about like Japan versus what America, right? Hey, come on now. It's about 3 characters named Adolf. Yeah, people in the chat are talking about the manga leaders to Adolf. Yeah,
I've heard something to that effect, but you know, I am not going to, and I haven't read all of the big classics.
Yeah,
there's controversial opinion. You don't need to read all the classics to get what the more modern contemporary things are about.
Yeah, I agree. So anyway, let's keep going. Let's hear about these more developed cultures.
And once again, it is the animation. While Japan was taking influence from America as it remained mostly insular, it is now America taking influence from Japan while the latter remains mostly insular. Let's go back.
How is it? America is insular?
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
An even country is insular. How is it getting more cultural exchange or cultural import when it's more insular?
Yeah. What the fuck is he talking about?
You're getting
so far, though.
Getting very confused here, my dude. But anyways,
right here, Christmas Day, 1989, a week after The Simpsons Episode 1 first air, and the day which Akira was finally released in American theaters. This movie is so fucking good, I can't even put it into words. Top 3 anime, top 1 anime movie, borderline top 5 anything for me. I like it even more than the manga. Along with the aforementioned Evangelion and Lane, it was one of the first anime.
I like thing popular consensus thing, Ellie.
Also, he apparently likes the. He very much likes the psychological. If he says that
he likes the psychological stuff. Yeah.
If he likes
now, here's the thing. I'm not saying that's a problem. I'm just saying, like, this very much reminds me of, you remember the 3x3s? The 3x3 thing that was a meme for a while? Like, that whole attitude of, oh, I have the most popular things in my 3x3. Look, I watched Akira, I watched the Eva, I watched all the things that are highbrow, high concept. I'm so cool, right? Same vibe, same attitude, right? Like, he's acting like, oh, I was into these things, and my taste is so refined. So yeah, everyone fucking likes Akira, dude. It's not fucking. Everyone fucking likes Evangelion, dude. Like, you're not. I'm just saying, he's not special, right? Your opinion is not special.
Yeah, but I think he's going into this kind of false equivalency, like. Comparing Akira, a movie, versus Simpsons, a TV show, a weekly TV show. And maybe. Of course, this is still this is a outflow from what was allowed and what the history is and what the the material conditions of production were at the times. Oh, he did brought up Monster. This also fits in that category of psychological.
So let's get into it. Oh, wait, wrong button.
I had watched that truly opened my eyes to the medium, and they were feelings which were identical to the collectively blown minds of sheltered American audiences whose only perceptions of animation at the time were, once again, still just Disney movies and cartoons. There are a lot of videos about the impact Akira had on anime. I personally recommend Super Eyepatch Wolf's video, but to do a massive TLDR, it basically made Americans aware of the very concept of Japanese animation. And not only did
I'm not going to say that's inherently wrong.
Maybe not, but at the same time, he's doing that thing again where it's like, okay, he's putting all the onus on one thing, right?
That's true.
Like it's like with Tezuka, right? It's like Akira is the thing that pushed anime into the popular consensus in America, right? Which, I mean, historically you could argue that's true, but I mean, what came first? Was Miyazaki? Did Miyazaki's movies come first, or did they come after?
No, it was after, or at least the popular ones. I mean, Spirited Away was really the big one, I believe, and that was after. Or Mononoke was a big one at the time, but I don't know it became. I believe that also came after Akira. I feel like.
Yeah, so I don't, and I think it's very weird, considering like the cultural difference being like a Kiwi, right? Because back down here, right, we didn't really have, like, you got whatever the fuck was on TV, right? Like, I don't even remember Akira ever being a thing that I even knew about until way later, right? Because down here, like, before I even knew you even knew what anime was, you were watching things like Cardcaptor Sakura and Sailor Moon and Pokemon, Digimon, obviously, right? Those two as well. Like, you had those shows, those kind of Fox shows, I guess, whatever the hell the network was called from America, right? That would get licensed, right? For kids type stuff, right? But also kind of stuff like Cardcaptor Sakura and whatnot. Yeah, Fox Kids or whatever. Yeah, so you'd get those shows on the TV now and then, right? And at the time, you wouldn't consider them like anime. Like, it was all just cartoons, right? You didn't have like this conceptual difference between the two.
You weren't you weren't aware of anime with quotation marks.
Yeah, exactly. So there's this weird cultural divide I have with Americans in this regard, because a lot of the Americans I talk to, they talk about like, oh, I like Akira showed up and it was this big deal, and oh, we had to like, before that it was like you'd have to get Dragon Ball Z on VHS or whatever, or you'd have to get your anime from Toonami and stuff, which I think probably came after or before or whatever. I have to remember because Fella in the long video talks about Toonami and its influence and stuff. So I think that while I would say, yeah, Akira probably had a big role to play in popularizing anime in America, I do think that it's a little bit reductive to do the it's all on one thing, right? I feel like there's more to it going on. Like it feels like there's more going on, right? Yamato, Mushroom is like Yamato and Macross had quite a few fans. Akira probably had further reach, it was like that for
So I'm not going to say that. Like I said, Akira is probably is a big one. So I'm kind of seeing how much weight is he going to hang on Akira. Is he going to say it was the god? This was the only one. It was the greatest.
That's kind of the problem. Right? Because if he's saying like, oh, Akira was like the one thing, the one true anime that opened the floodgates and completely changed Americans' perception of what animation could be, right?
No, anime is still to this day weird Japan sex violence show.
Weird Japan shit. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, let's keep going.
It exist, but it was fucking insane. It was everything I described as noteworthy in Tezuka's work, cranked to the max. Uber violence, an extremely complicated, borderline incomprehensible plot with tons of weird and surreal elements, all acting as this incredibly well-written and politically motivated metaphor about humanity and its capacity for destruction in a post-nuclear world. But despite the fact that Japanese animation was clearly showing itself to the industry as something meant to be taken seriously, and even with a lot of animated shows at the time being partially outsourced to Japanese studios, it was very much slow rolling in the amount of actual palpable influence it would have throughout the 90s.
I've seen that episode.
And it wasn't...
I believe. Dexter's Lab, fighting robots, maybe.
But anyway, let's keep going.
Really until the 2000s that shows made very clearly within the context of artists who were aware of anime started appearing. You can pin this down to a lot of factors. This was when the internet started becoming larger, allowing for Western anime fandom to expand, along with a far greater...
Hey, look, Naruto Shippuden, episode 1, 2...
I watched some episodes this way.
God, I fucking... Oh, the good old days, but anyway.
For ease of digital distribution of anime, also with Toonami shifting its focus to airing stuff like Dragon Ball around the same time, as well as just a broader generational shift from older artists who grew up within an entirely Western-centric frame of reference, and those who grew up watching anime and being influenced by it now becoming fresh blood of the industry. Of course, you had...
There was a lot of words for saying influence happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of words to just say thing Japan, thing happened, influence, thing make more thing.
You could happen. Speak slower, I feel, right?
Yeah, a little bit. But
I mean, when I
just so
sorry, no, it wasn't not that bored. No, I also have when I made some couple videos, I had the tendency to just start speaking faster and faster. You don't have to. You can speak slower.
Yeah.
Parodies, but this was when you had shows popping up that were very overtly influenced by anime stylistically. Stuff like Teen Titans, Mega XLR, The Boondocks, even stuff that's still more in the camp of Western stylings like Samurai Jack and Batman Beyond, most animated superhero shows actually, all of which drew artistically just as much, if not more so, from anime as it did Western animation. And all of this culmination of Western anime fandom and Toonami and a new generation and all of these shows, yada yada yada, resulted in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
All right, so it's like he has these like pillars that he has to talk about, right? He has to talk about Tezuka, he has to talk about Akira, and now he has to talk about Avatar, right? Everything in between that, it doesn't. Yeah, it exists, but it doesn't matter.
In service to build up the pedestal which will house this pillar. on the great house of anime.
We have to add the next pillar, and the next pillar is going to be Avatar. So let's hear about how great Avatar is. Yeah.
Hypothetically, if you asked every animation fan on the internet what the best animated show of all time was, and then compiled it into a list based on what was the most suggested shows, I have no doubt in my mind that
this exists. Yeah.
You know, this exists.
Okay.
This exists.
Yep.
Number one, no doubt.
Number one, yep.
Avatar would be number one. And as contrarian as I tend to be, I don't really have any problems with that. It's kind of like the American equivalent of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Is it my favorite show ever? No, but I still think it's really good. And
where's WHOOO?
To be placed at number one.
The French version of WHOOO or something, you know, the American version of WHOOO.
Also, hey, look, it's Mal again.
Hey, it's Sosa the Fearin on top. It doesn't belong there.
Well, he's about to do a joke. So let's see it.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, well that really kills my analogy. What's a new show that would be higher than Avatar? Arcane? Yeah. Arcane, definitely that. It's so fascinating that the show came out in 2005, and yet animated shows which attempt to reach its level of quality are still very few and far between. And that's coming from a guy who, like I said, doesn't even think this show is like the greatest thing ever. Was there dramatic, serialized storytelling in animated shows before Avatar? Yeah, there was. But it was so incredibly rare, and the places it did exist in did not have nearly the same level of ambition in terms of character writing, world building, political commentary, theming. I mean, yeah, okay, it is just a kid's show, I guess. More like a young adult show that happens to be rated Y7, okay. But even among shows that people place alongside Avatar, this level of depth was, and still kind of is, unprecedented for...
It's crazy how he's like...
He could just go into the production of Avatar and tell something about that instead of just praising it all the time.
I am sure there is plenty of interviews out there where the creators of Avatar were like, hey, we were influenced by XYZ. We grew up with XYZ and wanted to make something like XYZ.
And this is how we got the production, and this is how many episodes we got. This is how we were writing.
Not a straw man or a steel man. This is a mud man. Mud man. That's good, brother. That's good. A sad mud man.
I know of Kappa.
It's weird how he's like, okay, like the part that I find weird about this is not necessarily that he's like hyping it up. It's that he is like, oh, contrarian man. I am hyper contrarian. I don't even think Avatar is that great, but I'm gonna suck its cock for like 5 minutes. It's the most cool, best thing ever. Big storytelling. Oh, big, cool, big. Oh, yay. Ooh. Right? Like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing? And I agree with you too. Like, there is probably an interesting like research topic to be had here about, you know, what did influence Avatar? How did Avatar actually get fucking made?
Yeah, but right? I'm not really looking even for the influences of Avatar. I'm just if he is just asking repeatedly, how could Avatar be made in this American landscape? Well, go to interviews, go to, you know, production cycle, writer who wrote which episodes kind of deal. We could learn something like that. Yeah. That information is out there. You could go find it. I don't have it. Teach me. Yeah, exactly. But let's continue.
For American animation. But the most important thing about Avatar, for the purposes of this video, is that it essentially acts as the epicenter for this entire relationship between Western animation wanting to become more like anime. In one way or another, everything comes back to the show. Because this is a show that owes so much, if not its entire identity, to anime, that it essentially fragmented what the term meant.
Alright, hot take, but the boys seems kind of shit. I'm gonna be real. I
heard people like it.
People keep hyping it up. Like it's, especially I think the most recent season, people have been like it's gone to shit. But I remember when the first season came out and everyone was like, "Man, the boys, it's so good, it's so cool, oh, it's great," and I'm just like, Eh, like, yeah, you've got tentacle man splitting someone in half, big
I never
gore,
knew
big
that there was
bloody.
Tentacle Man.
I don't know the context of what's going on, but like, I know that the boys is really like gory and bloody, and I think there's some sexual stuff in it, but it's like mostly gory and bloody, right? And I'm just kind of like, I'm not. It doesn't really seem that interesting to me, kind of. So I mean, so I haven't watched it, right? And that's kind of the end of the discussion, I guess, on that. But it's yeah. Just read the comic; it's better than the show. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard the comic's pretty alright. But the show is apparently like doing its own thing. It's like not following the comic in a sense, which I mean, I guess is fine. All right, it doesn't have to necessarily be a one-to-one translation of it, but and that wouldn't necessarily make it good or bad, right? But just everything I've seen from the boys, it doesn't seem.
The Boys is not special in this regard. I have got thoughts about them. Maybe I'll watch it one day, right? Nothing I heard of it said, "Oh no, don't watch this" or something.
You put it on the back burner, right?
Yeah.
So, just kind of in the background there. Kind of reminds me, I'll probably have to get around to House of the Dragon season 2 at some point.
Really? That's kind of yeah.
Well, I actually liked season 1. I've heard.
Oh, you watched it.
The reason I haven't watched season 2 is because I've heard mixed things about it, and I liked season 1, so I'm kind of well, I also prefer to wait till it's all out, and then I'll watch it I'll watch it.
No,
watch it over.
I didn't really start. Right? It's kind of like a off topic, pause off point. I watched the end game. I watched the Marvel end game, and then the story was over.
Yeah. Well, House of the Dragon is like a prequel.
Yeah, I heard
200 something years in the past or something, and it's big dragons, big
more magical dragons thing fights.
Yeah, it's a lot more. Yeah, it's a lot more.
Fantastical.
There's a lot of. Yeah, it's a bit more fantastical, and there's a lot of politicking. Because it's centered around this, like, you have the king, but the king got fucking tetanus from sitting on the Iron Throne and getting cut, and he starts turning into a corpse, right? And then on his deathbed, it's ambiguous. It's not clear who the successor is meant to be, because you have the one girl who actually heard what he said, who uses that to position her son as the king, as opposed to the daughter of the king, right? As being the worthy successor. And there's a bit of like the whole, oh, you can't have a woman sitting on the throne, like sexism type stuff going on as well, right? And that's led to this whole like, oh, now we have like the Greens and the Blacks, right? The civil war has begun, right? Big.
And that one can control the dragons and the other can't, so now there's
No, they both have dragons.
Oh, sorry.
No, they both have dragons.
I just assumed that it might be plot. No.
Yeah, no, they both have dragons.
Alright,
because it's all about the Targaryens, and the Targaryens can control, like, it's two different factions of the Targaryens.
Oh, so they both can, alright.
Yeah, they both control dragons, and it's, like, the season 1 is, like, the build-up to the war, right? It's like, here's all, like, all of the different, like, it's establishing all the characters. You get to see a lot of the characters as kids grow up, right? And then now the season 2 is like the war happening and the two sides duking it out.
All right,
I'm interested to watch it. Yeah, I'm interested to watch it, but at the same time, I've heard very mixed things about how well they've executed it. So,
enough Game of Thrones.
Enough Game of Thrones. Back to the boys, I guess.
Anime now no longer means just Japanese animation. Anime is now a distinctive and specific style that can be identified and replicated. And partly because of how good Avatar was, it's also something that is understood as somehow superior to other forms of animation. And this is where it starts. You know, in the early to mid-2010s, there were a lot more tasteful blends of both influences from American and Japanese animation, even in shows that weren't really that good, and I partially blame this due to the success of Adventure Time and the cancellation of Symbionic Titan. But now, around the past 5 years or so, anime has become among the most dominant pieces of popular culture among younger generations, to the point of totally eclipsing American and Western animation, and thus resulting in the birth of American anime, which is both a bad idea on principle and a bad idea in practice. Okay, my last point was a bit disingenuous. There was one show in the early 2010s that, as far as my knowledge goes, was the first real show to be advertised as a true blue American anime. It was RWBY.
I guess that's true. I heard something to that effect.
I get to talk about RWBY. Well, yeah, RWBY was definitely because Monty was a massive anime. Like, he was an otaku. Like, just straight up, he was an otaku. He was into Final Fantasy. He was into, you know, all of his anime stuff. And you can see that in, like, the influences in RWBY. He was trying to create an anime, right? So he's not wrong here, right, in a sense. And we'll see how much he talks about RWBY, but I do kind of want to talk about what he just, like, said, right? About how... What did he say again? Because I got fucking blindsided by RWBY.
So he said that there wasn't any. All right, so
let me
just summarize this. Oh, sorry.
Popular culture among younger generations, to the point of totally eclipsing American and Western animation, and thus resulting in the birth of American anime, which is both a bad idea on principle and a bad idea in practice.
Okay, but why?
Yeah, it kind of feels like he's kind of advocating for some cultural ethno state kind of deal.
Yeah, the cultural ethno state. No, we need Japan anime is Japanese,
and has
Western
to
animation
stay there.
As no race mixing allowed.
Yeah. What's the... Alright, so it might... There is always something to be said about a loss of a culture and a loss of tradition and all that stuff. But sometimes, you preserve the culture that was, you note down what the things were, and then you kind of, accept that cultural change happens.
Well, you see, this is one of the reasons why I'm staunchly opposed to the idea of cultural appropriation, right? Because the way that cultural appropriation is typically used, it's not used in the, don't, misappropriate someone else's culture, in some offensive manner, right? It's always used in a context of, how dare you take thing from another culture and use it without permission, and that's bad, right? Very classic example is there was an artist on Twitter who was doing these really cool, like, Native American inspired, like, character drawings, right? With the big feather hats and the big, it was very stylized and very cool. And I believe it was a Japanese artist, right? And he was like, I'm inspired by, like, Native American headdress and their garb, and I think it's super cool, and I wanted to kind of, just show how cool it was, right? And you had a whole bunch of these Native American social justice warrior fuckwits who basically almost harassed this guy off the internet because they were screaming about, my cultural appropriation, how dare you use my culture is not your costume, how dare you do this. And the art that, like, it's not like the guy was making, like, fucking, like, whatever, like, Native Americans bad, look at how gross they are, blah, 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 blah. It was literally, like, actual good, cool. I would have to go hunt for it, Joshua. Like, I'd have to. I think I still follow that guy, but I actually don't even know if he's still posting art anymore. I think he, like, left the internet, probably due to all the harassment he got, right? Because and it was really sad because the guy was kind of mixing, like, that kind of Native American culture style, right, with an anime type of aesthetic as well, right? And it looked really cool. It was really cool stuff. But you're not allowed to do that because cultural appropriation, which is, in my view, very similar to, this whole, we have to have the cultural ethno state thing, right? No race mixing up. Like I said, Joshua, I don't have a link. I would have to go hunt for it again because I don't even remember the guy's fucking Twitter handle. I would have to go really dig for that shit in my follows. So it's like, yeah, it's one of those things where I am staunchly opposed to this because I think some of the greatest, like, it's ironic because throughout the past few minutes of the video, he's talking about how, Japan was influenced by America, that was influenced by Japan, that was influenced by Japan, America, Japan, back and forth cultural mixing, right, is what caused anime to become anime in the fucking first place, right? But now, suddenly, it's a bad idea that you have a bunch of Americans that, like anime, want to replicate the same feeling that they get from anime, right? And they may or may not actually succeed in that endeavor, right? But I don't see why that's bad in practice and principle.
Whole
right?
genres have, now it kind of feels like foresight. I mentioned that the Italians just made stuff up about American history, and ta-da, we have Westerns now. And Westerns, the only problem with Westerns is that people take it for actual historical fact. Same with the honorable samurai. That's also kind of a kind of a problem in that sense. But besides taking it as actual history, inventing Westerns is a cool thing. And saying the Italians can't use American history, can't use American early myths of nationhood, can't use the American myths to make a story that's bad. That doesn't. Then you wouldn't have Westerns for the same bunch of reasons. Oh no, Shakespeare! You can't use Shakespeare. Shakespeare is whatever.
Yeah, Afro samurai. That's mixing of culture right there a little bit, right?
Don't believe in the cultural ethno states.
Yeah, no cultural ethno states, right? That's bad, right? And it stifles creativity and creation, right? I do because there is an argument to be made. Yeah, don't disrespect a culture, right? Don't just take something from a culture and then just shit all over it, right? Like, that's not cool, right? Don't do that, right? But if you're actually genuinely inspired by a different culture and want to emulate that style and feeling and the things that it kind of you find interesting about it, and you want to as a positive thing, right? If you want to showcase this, try to replicate and showcase that to the rest of the world, right? There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. The only problem is ideologically this idea of cultural appropriation, which cropped up within the last 10 years or so, has really fucking stifled a lot of that. And I see it a lot in my own culture, right? Like Maori culture. Like, Maori culture is interesting, right? There's a lot of interesting folklore and the Maori myths around oh god, Maori, what's his name? I think it's oh god, I always forget his name. It's Maori. It's not Maori. It's fuck. I'm gonna lose my Kiwi cred. Lose my Kiwi cred. But this is Maori creation myth. I'll remember it once I see it because because how horrible I am with names, but I want to get it right. I have to fucking bring up a thing about it. Yeah, the creation myth. Because they have the whole thing about how the creation of New Zealand was he was
fishing
on a boat
up out of
and
the
he
sea.
used it, and he used his grandpa's jawbone as a hook, and he pulled the fish out of the water, and that became the North Island, and his boat is the South Island. And then also they have this whole idea of that in the beginning, the sky and the earth were not separated, and then the names are annoying because they're all in Maori, right? It would be a real fucking pain in the ass to try and say them, and I don't want to butcher them either. Again, kind of like the respect thing I was just talking about, right? I don't want to fuck it up. I'd have to actually go back and practice it. But the general gist is there's a lot of really interesting stuff in Maori mythology and stuff, and you have the style and those tattoos that they have, right? The Maori tattoos. Those tattoos are actually really important for the Maori culture because they tell the story of that particular person, right? So if someone has one of those arm tattoos, typically like they'll get that arm tattoo and it will like tell the story of that person, right? Same with like the face tattoos, the moku, I think they're called the moku. Which is why Maori get really fucking annoyed when people just get those tattoos because they look cool, right? Typically, if you wanted to get one of those tattoos, you would have to go to a marae and actually ask permission from the head of the marae to get one of these tattoos done by one of the professional traditional Maori tattoo artists, right? But the issue comes when we talk about fiction, because you had the situation with Bionicle, right, where they used a lot of kind of Maori type names for the toa and stuff, right? And Maori got really fucking annoyed by that because it's like, hey, you're using our culture. However, the issue comes, well, yeah, they're using your culture, but where else are people going to learn your culture, right? How are people going to learn about Te Reo Māori and, the Maori mythoses and all of this kind of stuff if they don't, have entry points to the culture? And that's where the cultural appropriation argument kind of stifles that creativity and stifles that thing, because no one knows anything about fucking Maori culture, because no one's telling those stories, and those stories are not getting popular because they're not getting mixed into the overall kind of global mythos, right? I know about the stories about, this kind of stuff, even though I can't do a very good job of, actually fucking talking about them. Oh yeah, it was it's annoying because there's Maori the culture, and then there's Maori the guy, which is Maui instead of Maori. It's fucking such a pain in the ass. But yeah, there's a lot of rich history and culture and stuff there that no one's going to find out about, because who outside of New Zealand is actually going to like look into this stuff if they don't have an entry point? Yeah, I'm rambling on, but you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Mythos is cool, and doing it, not butchering it right away when nobody has told the story before is a kind of a thing you want to have. I mean, if nobody knows the story and the first person who goes out and tells it wrong, that's very annoying, and you'd rather not.
Yeah.
That's why Nretsew. That's why I don't think anybody should care when the story of Christ is told in a different story. When Christianity is being made fun of or told differently.
I mean, anything's fair game, right? And I think
because the story is already known. That's kind of the difference, right? But the issue comes when it comes to like the Maori stuff. It's like it's like I said, it's not known, and the reason it's not known is because there's no entry point for people. There's nobody to tell the story, or it's not big enough to be told.
And the people that are telling the story are super like defensive and insular about it.
Yeah, because of the history when it was told wrong.
You can't tell if you tell the story in the wrong way, then you'll get in trouble, right? If you even attempt to tell the story in a way that doesn't, do it the way that you'd think to do it, right?
I know some very unknown and esoteric folklore from my own nation of the small Netherlands. One of them is that there's a stone.
The stone.
The stone. And its stone goes across the channel. And they're on the other end of the stone, and it pops out in England on the other end. And it's a singular stone, and the stone is the Engels steen, so the angle stone. So there's a stone here, and there's a stone in England, and those stones are connected. So if you touch a stone, you're also. And if you wanted to, if I were to make a story of a game or a story in general, I can make some folklorist story about how that stone is a kind of a mythical gateway to other worlds or other places. There was also a mound which was inhabited by gnomes that would clean your clean your dishes at night and disappear. And they would turn to stone when hit by sunlight,
right?
And come back to life in daylight. And when the mound was removed or moved or demolished, they all left. They're not here anymore. They're extinct.
Right.
these little stories, Nretsew, you've never heard of this story.
No, I haven't.
Exactly. And if somebody else, because these are from Texel, the island, the big island, if somebody else were come out and tells them wrong, that would be very annoying.
It would be annoying.
If they were...
But however, I would argue, right, for the sake of argument, right, that, sure, they told the story wrong, but that just gives you the opportunity to correct the record.
Yeah, but the person who's telling the story wrong has more reach than the person who is trying to correct it.
Well, they do, yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like the Mari situation with Bionicle, right? I think they did end up settling that and getting reparations or whatever for it. I don't fucking remember. But anyway, we've gone way off track.
Yeah, small culture talk.
Culture, yeah, us talk. Yeah, see, this is why it's great to not be an American, because we actually have culture.
Hey.
We love you, American viewers. Don't worry, we're just fucking with you.
We're giving you culture, which you don't have.
Okay, my last point was a bit disingenuous. There was one show in the early 2010s that...
Alright, let's hear about RWBY. I'm interested. What's he got to say about it?
Was the first real show to be advertised as a true blue American anime. It was RWBY. This show sucks. Yeah, no, I know the show is his fan base, but I'm not going to mince words here. The show is badly written, incredibly derivative, poorly animated, inconsistent as hell. H-Bomber guy made like a fucking 2.5-hour video going into detail about how it fails as a show on every conceivable level. It's just
He watched that. Bad. He didn't say that.
See, H-Bomber guy's #1 fan in this. I never watched that video because I don't like H-Bomber guy. I think he's a fuckwit, so I'm not going to give him the view. But like, okay, but to talk about RWBY though, right? I do agree. Like, here's the thing with RWBY, right? It's true that RWBY's not good, right? It's not well animated. That's true.
But have you seen how it's being made?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we'll get to that, right? Like, it's not super well animated outside of the fight scenes. That's true, right? It's not. The story is pretty derivative. It's kind of like, you know, oh, they go to magic school to learn how to be the magic using Huntress, right? You know, it's just standard shit, right? Even High Guardian Spice tried to do the same thing, right? It's the same, you know, it's very, very standard concept, right?
Even My Hero Academia does it.
Exactly, right? You go to the hero school to learn how to hero, right? And wacky shenanigans ensue, right? Wacky fun time stuff until suddenly it's no longer wacky fun time, right? So there's definitely criticisms of RWBY that I do think are valid in that respect, right? That's definitely not the thing. However, he's ignoring the reason why people actually liked RWBY. Right? The reason people actually liked RWBY, especially from seasons 1 to 3, was it was fucking genuine in what it was, right? It was a guy, Montium, right, had a vision. He wanted to create an anime. He was inspired by a lot of these animes. He wanted to make something similar to it, and he did it. He went out there and he did it. And the byproduct wasn't necessarily good, but it was a genuine attempt. It wasn't ironic, right? It wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna do the high school and the big chins and the big eyes. Oh, it's so anime, Ellie. Oh no, she tripped over and showed
flowers,
shoujo
flowers.
Oh no, yeah, like it wasn't ironic, and like it wasn't an ironic attempt at creating like a shonen anime. He just tried to make a shonen anime based off what he wanted. And that resonated with a lot of people because it was the scrappy little project that wasn't it wasn't, you know, super well funded, right? It wasn't like they were like getting shitloads of money to create it, right? And it was good in the respect that I think that English, right? It was good in the respect that I think it resonated with people despite the obvious flaws in it, right? But of course, this is only talking about like seasons 1 till 3. After season 3, shit just goes down the fucking tubes, right? Because, you know, obviously Montium sadly passed away, and the people that took over from him clearly had a different vision of what they wanted RWBY to be, you know, they had a different vision for what they wanted, which
Yeah,
wasn't
I did watch some
inspired by the same
other.
things.
Oh, like I said, right? The lady that we did a video on, I said I watched
Yeah,
her RWBY
yeah.
reviews, and her thing was that RWBY always kind of shifted what it wanted to be per season or even per episode.
Well, kind of, because it's like, because I think Monty had like a plan to go darker as it went on, right? Like start off kind of more lighthearted in the school, like, because that's again, he's basing it off like the anime formula, right? Like the typical shonen formula where you start off like, oh, you have your tournament arcs and you have your, you know, your happy fun time training and stuff, and then the end of season 3 happens, and you know, characters are losing limbs and characters are dying and shit's getting real, and then all of a sudden it's not so happy fun times anymore. Now you got to grow up and be the hero, right? Your education or youth has been cut short, right? And I could see what Monty was trying to do there, but then obviously when it got taken over by the other people, the direction suddenly shifted, right? And you could feel that when you watch it, right? Like the tone feels a lot more Western, right? In how it goes. It tries to be more Game of Thrones and less My Hero Academia or Naruto, right? And I think that was like the big problem of what ended up happening with RWBY. And RWBY is actually in a very interesting position right now because obviously Rooster Teeth is gone.
Yeah.
Rooster Teeth doesn't exist anymore. I believe Viz Media picked it up, I think, wholesale. So I believe it's still up in the air on whether or not it's going to continue or not. Who knows? We'll see what happens. I guess I would be interested to see what a RWBY is dead, yeah. It probably is, Sammy, which I actually think isn't necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't. I don't think it. You know, I think it was already dead after season 3. Frankly,
Yeah.
like the corpse has just been walking around.
Yeah, I mean, even if Monty had a lore Bible, eventually the lore Bible runs out.
It did, and you can actually see like as like you go from 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, right? You see the lore Bible, right? You see when it starts to become less Monty's ideas and more them trying to like work with what they have and then do their own thing, right?
Yeah, and lore Bibles, for all the fancy term of Bible, they also get changed at times when sometimes it has to. Sometimes the story just works out differently.
Did the artist respect? Maybe they had a point to get mad at him. No, Joshua, they didn't. I already explained how that situation went down. Like he didn't do anything to make the people mad at him. And I don't know if he's okay or not. Like I said, I don't know, man. I can't answer questions I don't know the answers to. But RWBY dying is probably for the best. Like I mean, if it's in the hands of Viz Media and they're just going to hold on to it to like hold on to the IP and do merch and licensing and stuff or whatever, that's fine. I don't really think that's going to be a problem. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Maybe a new season will pop up. But I mean, after how the last season went, I don't think it would be worth it because the last season was really bad. It was so fucking bad. Oh god, I don't even. It would take me like an hour to talk about it. So let's just get through shitting on RWBY.
Like I said, it does have a fan base, and my opinion on as to why is in part due to its status as not just an original independent animated series, but as an original independent quote-unquote anime series, which is really funny because RWBY has an understanding of anime as a medium that is just about as superficial as a show like My Life Me. It derives so much in the most shallow ways imaginable, where anime is nothing more than the surface level aesthetic of pop culture tropes and cliches that I mentioned in the first part of the video. Is it a coincidence that the one thing it...
Oh no, it's not deep enough for him, Ellie. It's not deep.
But what does he want from it, right? What makes it not anime enough?
And that was kind of what I was talking about with like how it's not. I wouldn't say RWBY was deep by any means. I wouldn't say that it was. Again, it's lots to criticize within RWBY, but again, it's that there's that genuinity, right? It wasn't like the thing that he mentioned before or whatever. Like, I haven't seen that. I don't know what that is, but was that ironic? You know, is it you know, like, because there's a difference between taking the anime aesthetic and doing the like typical irony bro type shit. Right?
So this is kind of where I expressed a little bit of concern when I said, oh, he likes Akira, Monster, Lane, and Evangelion. These are all high concept, esoteric and aesthetic thingies going on, and psychology and all that stuff. And if he says, well, that is actual anime, what is then what is a high school DxD to him?
Yeah, what is High School DxD? What is Naruto? What is
what is Toradora?
He already said he didn't like My Hero Academia and Sword Art Online, and I would argue that Naruto, Bleach, One Piece was what Monty was basing RWBY's, like, because Monty was making a shonen anime. That's what he was trying to do, right? He was trying to replicate the same feeling that you get when you watch something like My Hero Academia, right? Joshua, listen, I brought it up as an example. It's not like I have a list of references on hand where I can just immediately bring up the thing I'm talking about, right? Like, I'm sorry that I don't have the artist's name remembered off the top of my head or have his, like, profile anywhere, right? I just remember this was an event that happened on Twitter like 2 to 3 fucking years ago, right? Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything, but I can't help you. All right, this is what just how it is. But getting back to the video. It's clear that he likes that kind of esoteric stuff. So of course he's not going to fucking like RWBY, because RWBY's not trying to be deep esoteric thing. Like, it's trying to tackle like some deep stuff, like the racism stuff with the fairness and some of that other stuff. But and you could argue, okay, maybe it's only looking at those topics from a superficial lens, but I mean, could you not say the same for something like My Hero Academia? Like, because My Hero Academia has like a subtle racism thing with the fucking the animal people that have the quirks that turn them into animals. There's like hints about, there's discrimination around them. They get looked down on by people that don't have those quirks or have like normal quirks, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's like, would you argue that My Hero Academia is bad because it doesn't deep dive into the animal racism or whatever, right? Like,
I'm just kind of thinking. Yeah. I'm just more right now. I'm more kind of focused on what he thinks. How anime to him is Haruhi, because Haruhi is deep. It's kind of deep otaku stuff, and don't get even started.
It's also esoteric.
Yeah, but what about Lucky
fun god shit? Yeah.
What about Lucky Star?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So if he's going to kind of gatekeep what anime is, give me your definitions, please, and I'll still disagree.
Right. Let's keep going. We've got a little bit left. We've got about over a third left. We're almost there. We're in the home stretch. We can do it.
Takes the most from is Avatar, a show that was good not because it looked like anime, but because it had good writing and characters and storytelling and etc. But obviously that just went over the creators' heads and thought anime equal good. It's stupid and it's reductive and it's frustrating to even think about. I'm ripping into RWBY specifically because, as the first of its kind, it really acts as a bad omen for what is to come for the future. It's like a microcosm that epitomizes all of my problems.
What is this weird, I don't know, elitism? No, this is elitism.
Yeah, it's this weird, RWBY was the first and it was bad, and that's a bad omen for the rest of them. As if other shows are going to be trying to, like, copy RWBY, I guess, or something, like, instead of... Like, you would think that if something was going to copy RWBY, they would just be copying other anime. Right?
Yeah.
Again, RWBY is a copy of anime, so why wouldn't they just go to the source, right? Like, and I don't necessarily think that it's like... I do agree that a lot of Americans, quote unquote, don't quite like get I mean, that's a case for a lot of things, though. Like, people don't actually understand why they like something, so they attach like the superficial, like...
In this case, I didn't like RWBY, therefore all of the American anime will be bad.
Anime is bad, yeah.
Oh no, this is the thing, right? He saw 3 bad anime, and therefore he discounted all of anime.
Yes, he saw RWBY, and now he's discounted all of Western animation. But anyway, let's keep going.
Albums with the very premise of
American anime.
that you can have a show that has absolutely terrible writing and yet still manages to amass a huge fandom of supporters because of this cheap, surface-level aesthetic of anime, whose mythology draws people in on principle alone and unfairly degrades the potential of American animation. Here's a fun game. If you type "is arcane" into Google, the first result field that pops up is arcane anime, which is fucking absurd for reasons which should be obvious. It's animated by a French studio based off of an American video game series published by an American company released in English by default, and if the fact that it actually is competently animated CGI didn't make it clear, it doesn't even fucking look like anime.
So, calm down, bro. It's okay.
Though, I mean,
it's okay if people. It's okay if people think that Arcane is anime. It's not hurting Arcane. Okay, just calm down. Chill.
I don't know. I don't really get what his problem is. Right. So he kind of articulated his problem with American anime. That it's kind of, first off, it's not creative in some sense, and also it to call bad imitations of anime what the Americans do anime. So the bad American imitations, to call them anime is doing a disservice to anime.
Well, I think Mushroom makes a good point. You know, is his issue American anime is low quality, or are they inaccurately representing the fundamental aspects of anime, right? Which I think is an interesting question, right? Because there's a difference, right? Because yeah, you could make the argument that yeah, RWBY is genuine, but perhaps it is a inaccurate reflection of what anime is because it's being filtered through the lens of Monteum, who is not, you know, who is attempting to replicate it, right? There's questions to be had there, right? Very interesting stuff to talk about. However, like I think that my stance is like I do think like the American anime descriptor is kind of silly, right? Because anime is, I mean, like, because we can get into the weeds about okay, what actually constitutes an anime definitionally, right? Because there are people that are like, okay, anime can only be made in Japan. Well, yeah,
outsourced. What about that?
Yeah,
Checkmate.
outsourced, whatever, right? Like creators are Japanese, so that makes it Japanese anime, right? And then you have people that will say stuff like Arcane is an anime because it's not about the where it comes from, but the style, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the anime style and influences and stuff, right? So, and that's a debate that's been happening for fucking generations, right? What actually constitutes an quote unquote anime, right? And so I feel like his problem here is, I mean, the American anime descriptor is already flawed, right, from the get-go, to use that as his kind of term. Yeah, it's a bit.
It's iffy. It's vague. It's not very clear. I would
as Joshua says, it's like, does it really matter, right? Does it really matter that Arcane is called an anime despite being made by a French studio based off an American video game, based, you know,
released in English, etc.
Does it really matter?
So
right?
just for funsies, right? I say that I want to say Akira. No, Arcane isn't an anime because although it takes stylistic choices from anime as we know it, its production, how it was made.
Joshua, that's not the artist I'm talking about. He linked me something on Twitter. I'm responding to it.
No. So, but how Arcane was made is so divorced from how anime is made that it's, you know, it's like different cars or something, right? One is a truck, one is a car. They both drive on four wheels.
I think the guy, the other video guy, Longman, right?
Yeah.
He kind of talked about like how anime is produced via a production committee, right? And how the system sort of works, right? So you can kind of talk about, okay, you could define anime as, right, it has to be produced in this particular method that the Japanese use to produce anime, right? Like maybe you could use that as your definitional descriptor. I'm trying to remember how the guy in that long video did it. I think he just sort of defaulted to the, okay, we're going to talk about anime produced, like, animations produced in Japan are anime for the purposes of the compare and contrast, right? And that's kind of how he defined it, right? Just for the sake of the comparing these, because you have to define what these two things are in order to compare them. And yeah, no, Joshua, that artist isn't. Yeah, that artist isn't the guy. I can't remember. Like, you're gonna have to let this go. Let it go, Joshua. You're gonna have to let it go. God.
No, but there's been
any artist.
There have been, whole books written about when is something an anime or not,
Yeah, there's been a lot of academic study into it. Yeah,
so, just for simplification, Arcane is not made in the Japanese way, not in the anime way. Therefore, I kind of feel it kind of not fits in the anime definition. That's the sidetrack.
All right, well, let's keep going.
This line of reasoning makes absolutely no sense unless you're under the insane assumption that Japan somehow owns the concept of animated shows that go beyond episodic comedy. This phenomenon, not just unique to Arcane, this was happening a lot with Blue Eye Samurai as well, which I guess makes more sense because that show takes place in Japan, but whatever. This is a direct consequence of the mythologizing of anime as this thing which is innately superior to other forms of animation. It propagates this idea that animated shows can't be good unless they're anime, which is an incredibly limiting, grossly reductive philosophy that actively harms the medium and the industry as a whole. It creates.
But who thinks like that?
That will even if people think like that, that will pass.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, who cares about their opinions? They're shit.
This kind of feels like the argument about 3D CGI animation, right? 3D anime is terrible. It's bad. Don't even attempt it. Don't even watch it.
Yeah.
And then Knights of Sidonia came along and was alright. That's it's like
Land of the Illustrious came along.
Yeah. That was that's and the Blame came in between. Blame is good. Like the Knights of Sidonia was choppy, like 6 frames per second, but the story was good. Yeah. Things happen.
And now you get shit like Girls Band Cry.
And I was damn, all right, 3D, it's the era. Nothing into it's just on par. It's not worse. And then you get Elusive Samurai, unfortunately, that has kind of a middling to somewhat bad CGI scene. But whatever.
I haven't watched that. I don't know anything about that.
Damn. So but that was just that was a 2D show that had a couple of 3D scenes because it had a lot of horses that moved around. Those are a pain to animate. But point being, the stigma of 3D anime is gone.
Yeah.
And now it's not yet on the same level. The discrimination still exists, but and 2D anime can be just as bad as any 3D anime.
Yeah, so it's interesting how he kind of shits on the whole like Japan can't do 3D CG thing, right? Which is a reductive statement, and yet he's getting on people's case for making reductive statements, right? Like, animation in America can never be as good as the anime.
And if everything that is called good anime is just good animation is called anime, give it like 5 good shows, and then it will pass.
Look, just make good show.
Yeah.
Just make good show. But anyways.
It's an artistic box as to what kinds of stories which can be told and from which perspectives they can be told from. What makes animation so powerful as a medium is the immense breadth of creative freedom one has and how they choose to convey a story, naturally allowing for a huge variety of different styles and ideas spanning the entire spectrum of the human experience. This is part of why I value American animation as highly as I do anime, despite generally enjoying individual works of anime more. Because even though it's still somewhat an issue, there is a far greater stylistic variety amongst shows, not even just on a visual level, but also in the styles of writing. Even the most stylistically divergent anime are still registerable as anime to some extent, unless you're going into territory completely disconnected from the industry. By continuing to draw so
wait 1 second, right? So
no, you see Nretsew funny.
So Alright, so the problem is that anime still has a kind of an homogeneous feel to it, right? Or look to it. I don't... Is it so? Is it though? Because I can point to how characters just stand in the middle of the street always, just looking at each other vaguely. As American, right?
Yeah.
Just standing across to each other, eyes half open or half closed. Look at each other, small pupils, etc., etc. That is the American talking to each other bits. Only the mouth moves, etc. And still on the anime side is something like, what was it? 2 shows that I'm watching. Dungeon People has a there's a very different style from the great contrast. Let me quickly. Alright, yeah, terrible, terrible waiting. Cooking time. So, so Make Nai, so Too Many Loose Inherents, there's a very kind of grounded feel to it all. That's very different from the flat Dungeon People.
Right.
And even though they might, the big giveaways that they both talk Japanese, but to say that they are definitely recognizable as the same, from the same place. If I were to show them both to somebody who doesn't watch any anime at all, and say, oh no, this one comes from Germany.
Right.
Or the Dungeon People one, that comes from Germany. Are they going to say, no, you're lying? I can tell these two come from the same country.
Clearly Japanese hands touched this, clearly.
Nah, he knows, he just kind of, presumptive knowledge and then thinks that other people will also, intuitively know. I mean, if I show them the entire breadth, if I show them, what he had, like 9 or 12 shows on screen, if I show them all together and say, alright, are these all from the same place? And then, of course, yes. And then I show all these characters with slightly larger eyes and more proportioned bodies. Are these all from the same place? And so there's also, yes, yeah. Dungeon People and Oshinoko and VTuber Legends. Yeah, they all come from the same place because they all have similar proportions or correctly proportioned bodies. Are all these weird animal people and weirdo shapes and kind of ugly sizes, are these all American shows? Yeah, they all kind of do the same thing also. I don't think there's a more... Also, quick side note, aren't a couple of those Canadian? Because I know plenty of American shows are actually Canadian, so I hope he probably filtered those out.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I think you're pretty on point. Let's just keep going.
From anime to the extent which they identify as such, it also carries over the homogenization of...
Also, yeah, back to earlier criticism, actually. Yeah, he talks real fucking fast. Slow down, bro. Slow down, my man. Come on. Let's it's okay. You don't have to cram everything into like one sentence.
Style, which for animation within the realm of pop culture, this is to be expected, as that's the nature of pop culture. But when it begins to infect areas of the industry which are meant to act as the alternative, the boundary pushing, those which innovate by going against what is expected of animation is more than just children's shows or comedies.
Hey, what is he putting this responsibility on?
Yeah.
Stagnation and conformity, that's when it really starts bothering me. And because of their superficial understanding of anime, the absolute worst aspects of anime are drawn from, taking not from the capacity for more diverse and compelling narratives for broader audiences, but rather its tendency to churn out factory-grade mediocrity, which succeeds on principle of having flashy aesthetics and a marketable style to capitalize on a pre-established audience which won't question what they watch, rather than actually putting in the effort to have original ideas and good writing. That's what it all...
Well, just his opinion on the show
I feel like
that
I just
he's
got
watching.
fucking assaulted in verbal form. Like, he said a shitload of words, but I'm gonna be real. a lot of that just went right over my head.
He kind of,
because he's.
I get the feeling that he's saying anime is kind of being worse now because people are just doing flashy animation. Nretsew, I didn't like solo leveling at the end as much.
Yeah, I think I remember you talking about that at the time when we were watching it. And I mean, I quite liked solo leveling. I thought it was alright. Hang on,
solo leveling is very flashy, but if people
maybe I'm just fucking tired as shit. I gotta hear that again.
Really starts bothering me, and because of their superficial understanding of anime,
Okay, so I kind of get what he's saying here, where people that have superficial understanding of anime try to recreate anime, but they only recreate the superficial parts of anime.
Whatever those are,
instead of like the deeper like understanding of anime, the other stuff that's going on. The problem is, how do you define what those deeper elements are? Because what he thinks is deep is probably not the same as what other people think is deep, right?
He showed a bit of monster, so I'm afraid that I was right in that.
Yeah. So as you said before, right, and a couple of times, right, he's into these kind of esoteric, mind warpy, high concept, deep type shows, right? And sure, if that's what you're into and you understand those shows, like, you could probably create a show like that. But most people are not actually watching those shows. They are watching stuff like My Hero Academia and Boruto and Naruto and Bleach and One Piece and Solo Leveling and, isekai type shows or, whatever, right? They're not watching the same shows he's watching and liking, right? So when those people... I think it's actually bad of him to assume that people don't have a deep understanding of what quote-unquote anime is just because their reference point is different, right? Someone that only watches, like, let's say someone only watches shonen, right? They only watch the Bleachers, the Narutos, the One Pieces, the My Hero Academias, the Black Clovers, right? So and so and so and so, all the shonens, right? That person will probably have a deep understanding of what the formula of a shonen is, right? You have your tournament arcs, you have your big power-ups, you have your time skips, you have your heroes' journeys, you have, all this kind of stuff that happens within a shonen, and they'll probably have a good understanding of how to replicate that same kind of story in the same way that Monty attempted to do with RWBY, right? But it almost feels like he's critiquing people for doing something that they weren't trying to do in the first place, like not doing the thing that he wants them to do, right? Because he probably wants more of those Evangelions and those monsters and those deep, quote unquote deep shows in his perspective. And he's not seeing that, hey, perhaps maybe these people do have an understanding, but it's an understanding of something completely different to what he has an understanding of. Right? Moestream says, I agree with the core statement mostly, but I don't see Monster as an example of the fundamental anime style. Giguka style shonen aren't really the norm. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, the stuff that he's into is not actually the norm, right? And that's the thing.
We're getting all distracted by the flashy animations in what was it again? Oh yeah, Solo Leveling.
Solo Leveling.
And bland characters such as in was it the Rent a Girlfriend?
Yeah. So let me listen again because I want to pay attention to the story.
The worst aspects of anime are drawn from, taking not from the.
So I think I'm kind of right in what I think's happening here is like, because he's talking about the absolute worst aspects are getting drawn from, right? So he's mad that people are not taking inspiration from the things that he likes and recreating the stuff that he does like, but are instead watching other things that he doesn't necessarily like and are trying to recreate those things instead, right? That's what this feels like to me, right? It's really hard to kind of gauge that when he speaks so fucking fast and uses so many fucking words. Right?
Why isn't thing I like more? Why isn't more stuff from things I like?
Like, like he's got to pick one or the other. You either speak really fast but keep the words simple, or you use simple words. Go slow and use complicated words. Right? You got to pick one or the other. Don't try and do both at the same time.
Capacity for more diverse and compelling narratives for broader audiences.
Yeah, like what the fuck did you? More capacity for more diverse and compelling narratives for wider audiences. Like, bro, calm down, calm down.
There's not even that many high concept shows per season either.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't even. I mean, this season's been pretty fucking dry. Like, I mean,
well, I would kind of disagree.
I mean, Oshi no Koi might be like high. You could consider that maybe high concept.
Well, Bakemonogatari is also in there, and those are.
Well, yeah, Bakemonogatari's coming out. And that's it's probably that's your high concept show for the season. This Bakemonogatari.
Nah, I'll find high concept wherever it is. Don't worry.
Yeah, anyway, let's keep going.
Its tendency to churn out factory-grade mediocrity, which succeeds on principle of having flashy aesthetics and a marketable style to capitalize on a pre-established audience, which won't question what they watch, rather than actually putting in the effort to have original ideas and good writing.
All right, Nretsew, quick announcement. Audience not dumb.
Yeah, we've made this point before about how people. I don't think people are stupid. I can't quite remember how I articulated that in the past, but I've said that, like, even if someone doesn't articulate that they understand something, they probably do understand it. They just don't feel the need to be a pretentious fuckwit about it, right? Because, like, solo leveling, right? We'll use that as, like, the example since we bring that up, right? You don't like solo leveling, but you do understand solo leveling. You understand what's going on in solo leveling. You understand.
It's like the big grind from the bottom to society to up, and kind of semi-corruption in the system, or even.
And how that corruption affects him and his own morals and his own ideas and how he's, using.
And even though I kind of feel that solo leveling is kind of celebrating that you should corrupt the system.
Grind yourself to death, yeah.
And that you should be corrupt and corrupt the system and kind of screw over others. That's kind of a toxic thing, I feel, in the show.
Yeah. But the point is you when you watched it, if you hadn't have, like, come on the show and talked about it just now, you still understood that, right?
Yeah.
You still understood what happened in solo leveling and and what the concepts are and what the show is actually trying to kind of say, and you have your own interpretation. I feel like a lot of these guys, right, they have main character syndrome, right? Where they think they are the main character of the universe and that everyone else is just like an NPC. And while it is true that there are a lot of NPCs out there, let's be real, let's not beat around the bush. There are a lot of people out there that do have NPC brain. There is, I think that a lot of these types of guys, they have this, like, misconception that, oh, I'm the only one that understands what's happening. All these shows are bad because I deem them to be bad based on my taste, and
he doesn't like Oran High School Host Club. His opinion is already damn.
Last time I bring this up, can you post a link to the artist? If I remember him, Joshua, I'll let you know. Okay, if I fucking remember him, I'll let you know. Right? But anyway, kind of an off-topic tangent, right? But I watched, and this is going to be a really off-topic tangent, but it is somewhat related to the whole NPC brain thing. I watched Super Eye Patch Wolf's recent video. He put out one about social anxiety horror. Now, I know people shit on Eye Patch Wolf. I shit on Eye Patch Wolf because I think he can get a little bit fucking weepy sometimes. But that's actually a really interesting video because he talks about the studies that have been done on how people will go with the group idea. One of the studies he talks about, have you heard of I can't remember what it's called, but it's the study where you have a group of people in a room and they are shown a series of, like, lines on a piece of paper, and they have to pick which line. So you have line A, and then you have 1, 2, 3, and you have to pick which line is the same height as line A, right? And at the beginning of the experiment, you have imagine you are the guy in the experiment, right? You're sitting in the chair, right?
Yeah.
And the first one is really easy, right? It's just it's a short line, and then you go, oh, okay, number 2, and then everyone else goes number 2, right? And then you have the second question, and it's a long line, and everyone goes the long line, and you go the long line as well. But then you get to the third question, and it's a little bit more difficult, and everyone around you seems to be picking the wrong answer. And you're thinking to yourself, hang on a minute, what's going on here? Why is everyone else picking the wrong answer?
Peer pressure-ish kind of deal.
Am I not seeing something that everyone else is seeing? What's going on here? Now, the funny thing about the study is, in the study, only one person is an actual person. Everyone else is
I got that feeling.
Yeah. So everyone else is actors that are designed to say, to give the wrong answer on one of the questions, and then the test is to see if the person that's not the actor will go with what the consensus is, despite the fact they know that it's wrong.
Yeah.
Or if they will go with the right answer because they know it's the right answer. And I believe it's like 90% of people go with the consensus.
All right.
Like, it's an insane number. And iPatchwolf gets into the video, right? And it's very interesting. He goes over a few different variations of the study. There's another one which is a group of people are in a room and they're doing like a form. You have to fill out a form, right? And at about like 5 minutes, the room starts filling with smoke, right? And you realize that the room is filling with smoke, but everyone else in the room isn't reacting to the smoke. They're just sitting down.
Yeah.
And one of the interesting reactions to that was they had one guy who got up and was like, holy shit, there's smoke. What the fuck? And he sees everyone else is just not giving a shit. And he's like, what the fuck is wrong with you all? There's smoke. What the fuck? I'm getting the fuck out of here. Come on, we got to go. We're going to die, right? But the other people are like, no, we got to finish the test. What are you talking about? Just sit down. It's fine. There's nothing wrong, right? And the guy's like, the guy is literally at the door and he's about to leave. Like, he's about to not be the NPC. But then he's just like, there's something that stops him from going out the door, and then he goes back and sits down and keeps filling out the form, right? And again, it's like 95% of people stayed in the room while it was filling with smoke. And there was actually a tragic incident where that happened in real life in London, where a shopping mall caught fire and a bunch of people burned to death or died of smoke inhalation in a restaurant because no one wanted to get up to pay, because no one wanted to leave without paying for their food. So they all just kind of sat there still eating while the room just filled up with smoke and they all died, right?
Oh, all right.
So there's a weird psychological thing going on there, right? That's really interesting. And I have a suspicion that maybe, I don't know how I'm going to get this tangent back on fucking track, right? But just, we're talking about the whole NPC main character syndrome thing, right? No matter how much you think of yourself as the main character, you are probably still an NPC. Is kind of, I guess, what I'm talking about. Because if 95% of people, when faced with a situation like that, where literally a room is filling with fucking smoke, of course it's fake smoke, it's just false, not actual smoke, right? It's not like they were actually going to kill a bunch of people with smoke, right? But you're in a situation where you think it's real smoke, you think the building's on fire, but everyone else is just going to sit down and continue doing what they're doing, and you just go with the flow because that's what everyone else is doing. If 95% of people go with the flow, you probably would too, despite how much of a main character you think you are. And I think that's this guy's problem, is he doesn't factor in, he doesn't consider, maybe I'm not as smart as I think I am, right? Maybe because I watch all these deep anime and I have all these complex deep tastes according to me, right? Maybe that doesn't make me as smart as I think, right? Maybe there's a bit more to it than that.
So as I work in a factory, and as factories do, sometimes there's a fire, sometimes there's smoke, sometimes...
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it's just normal occurrence at the factory, just a fire.
Yeah, so that actually happens at time to time. The thing is, Nretsew, a lot of the time, nothing important. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's just.
And what I do is I look outside from my cabin, from my sealed room, and go, Anybody panicking? No? Alright, it's probably fine.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Exactly.
if it looks a little bit more worrying, I'll go to the supervisor and call him. Hey, is there something going on? And he says no. Alright, there's nothing important going on.
Right.
I do. Perhaps this is copium against my
copium, yeah,
against my human nature. In that, if I do think I'll make a risk assessment when I see smoke. Am I indoors? Am I under supervisor? Is this a test going on right now? Am I not being called out? Is there no fire alarm, etc., etc., etc.? It's probably fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't feel that in the fire alarm or the smoke test, the big kind of the thing, the complication is that it's already a controlled environment where other people are responsible for you. If there was something else going on, I'll probably just leave if there's no other things.
Yeah, so and that's kind of the thing, right? And of course, studies are studies. Nothing's end all be all. It's not like this is like massive generalizing type things. I just found like that was, and the video itself is really interesting because he talks about like the 3 different types of psychological horror, or not psychological, about social anxiety horror, like the one where it's about being stared at, the humiliation type 1, the shame, humiliation, loss of social standing type 1. And then there's another one which I think was like how people perceive you as well. It is a very Eye Patch Wolf, for being a bit of a weepy man, he does do good stuff sometimes. Sometimes he does good stuff, and I think that video was a really good one.
Is he the guy that is doing a Dokapon Kingdom thing?
No, he does really long video essay stuff on stuff that he likes.
All right.
He likes, yeah. I don't think it's the same guy, but no, yeah. So yeah, looking at the chat, it's some level of self-made problem, due to shame and embarrassment. Yeah, that's typically what it is. Is like you don't want to be seen as the nail that sticks out, right? You don't want to be the one that's the odd one in the room that's not reacting the same way as everyone else, and it's like a social pressure thing that's like hardwired into, like it's assumed that it's to do with how we evolved from primates and social grouping to survive, right, in the wild, right? Like you don't want to be the one that's like the odd one out because you'll get exiled from the group, because if there's any danger to the group, that could actually mean life and death in the wild, right? When there's tigers and fucking other shit.
You don't want to run out and there's a tiger when there was no tiger to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a bit of it's one of those weird like biological programming type things. And of course, earthquake. If there's an earthquake, do you see everyone panic? No, that it's probably fine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but I'm talking about that up to kind of also experience kind of deal, right?
Yeah. So anyway, let's get back to it.
In the end, being unique, being different, having your own artistic vision. That's all I want out of American and Western animation. Too much of it is a poor attempt at replicating something which it will never be. Ironically, a good example
so what he just showed, right? Whatever that wasn't anime. So what is his problem with that stuff?
Yeah, his problem is nothing is deep enough for him. Like nothing is it's not deep enough for him to chew on, right? To swim. He feels as if he is the adult in the kids' paddling pool, right? And there's nothing for him to actually swim in. That's what it feels like to me. He's got this complex. He's got this complex around, I don't know if it's inferiority or superiority. It's one of the
kind of superiority because he wants to. Yeah, nobody else can understand true anime like I do.
Yeah. He wants Western animation to be like the quote-unquote true anime that he likes, right?
Which isn't Haruhi or Lucky Star. Those are bad anime.
Exactly. Let's continue.
Avatar itself, a show which people refuse to let go of despite having been finished for over 16 years. And Avatar is a good show, but propping it up as this standard by which all animation should and will forever be held to is not a good thing. Avatar itself was limited artistically by its inability to break beyond the shackles of being a kids' network.
You fucking slow down. One, slow down, and 2, I think people just like Avatar because it was good. It was people still talk about like Berserk because it was because Berserk is good, just even though the manga is like old as shit. Stuff doesn't just stop being good because it becomes old.
He
right?
mentioned Evangelion. Does he not realize how old Evangelion is?
Yeah, Evangelion is older than Avatar, my dude.
He keeps showing Monster. How old is Monster, my friend?
Yeah. It doesn't just suddenly become bad. Like, oh, we can't talk about it anymore. Like, because it's weird. Because I do agree with him. Yeah, don't prop Avatar up as like this. Again, the irony of this, because he's doing that with Akira, and he's doing that with Tezuka, right? He's propping these two things up as being like the be-all, end-all of all. Oh, anime in the West wouldn't have happened without Akira. Akira opened the floodgates. Oh, it's all on Akira. Oh, Tezuka is the man. He created anime. He's the guy. Only him. No other companies, no other things happened in that time frame that caused anime to happen, right? Like he is doing the thing that he's now criticizing other people of doing with Avatar, which I do agree is something that people do with Avatar. But I think that in both cases, you're both fucking wrong, right? Don't put things on pedestals, right?
But he kind of started 2 hours ago, and then probably
2 hours
two
ago.
Hours ago. I said something to the effect from, all right, he said Tezuka was a pillar, and now that there was Akira that was a pillar, and now Avatar will be a pillar. And he says, no, Avatar, why are you talking about Avatar? He started with, and then there was Avatar.
Yeah, he did, he did.
So Avatar is apparently important enough to be its own central thing. So are you surprised that people still talk about Akira,
Avatar,
Tezuka, Avatar? You seem to agree that Avatar is a big deal, a turning point. So why are you angry that people talk about it? Avatar is a good show.
Yeah, like it's silly. But anyway, we got 2 minutes left, Ali. We're almost there. We're in the home stretch. Let's see how he's gonna hone in for his final point.
And if you think that's as good as things can get, then you really need to broaden your tastes. The thesis of this video is this: American animation should stop attempting to replicate anime, because not only do these attempts demonstrate both a shallow understanding of what they are drawing from and what they are creating, but they actively inhibit the artistic evolution of the medium, which can only be done so by drawing from original and unique ideas that come from within. Am I saying that we shouldn't draw any influence from anime at all?
Yes.
No, of course not. Truth.
It kind of is. What are you saying, my dude? A little bit. It kind of is what you've been saying the whole video. It's like literal fucking cultural fucking ethno state, my dude. Like, come on. Oh, God.
Hopefully, I think it'll be necessary given how much further ahead of us it is. And Pantheon, the show I make it a point to mention in every video because I earnestly believe it's the best written American animated show ever made, despite having exactly 12 fans, is very influenced by anime. But the difference between a show like Castlevania and a...
That was...
I understood that reference.
Yes. Why? Oh no! American animation should be pure from Japan. Look how cool this reference is.
No, well, look how cool this animation show is that directly takes reference from
Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah.
Show like Pantheon is the difference between drowning in your influences and transcending them. Ironically, it's the most overtly anime-influenced parts of Pantheon, which I think is where the show shows its weakest parts, especially the art style, which my friend describes as Diet Invincible, which, I mean, it looks better than Invincible, but you understand. But anyways, I believe this because my entire philosophy towards animation, which, if it wasn't obvious if you watch my videos, is to expect more, to not lower my expectations, to judge it with a critical eye as I would anything else, because I believe that animation has the potential to be just as good as everything else. And seeing shows, anime-esque or otherwise, constantly get a pass despite massive, enormous writing faults, it just upsets me. And when I criticize shows that are relatively popular, I'm afraid that people are going to watch this video and dismiss what I have to say by labeling me as some kind of elitist, when that is the exact...
This is literally what you're fucking doing though, my dude!
He's gatekeeping hard.
Well, again, it's like I've said a couple of times. I don't necessarily disagree, right? I think that people should demand better, right? I think people should want to strive to be better and want to, don't just fucking consume the slop, right? Don't just, like Marvel, right? We'll go back. We'll use Marvel as an example. Most people, a lot of the Marvel stuff after Endgame, when you stopped watching, right, Ellie? It's been slop. It's been slop. I haven't watched a lot of it because it's been pretty bad, right? You had that Eternals thing that came out. Most people didn't like that. I can't even fucking remember. Like there was like an Ant-Man movie. There was the fucking WandaVision show. There was the fucking Doctor Strange movie, and like a lot of those shows, right, or movies and shows, while well received generally, I guess, most of what I hear about them it's slop. It's fucking slop. It's terrible. So imagine my fucking surprise when I go to see Deadpool with the family, right? And it's actually fucking good.
Yeah.
Right? It's fucking funny. The references are really kind of cool, right? It's got a good storyline going. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of there's some sad points in it, some happy points. There's a lot of really great kind of gags, and Deadpool and Wolverine have a really good dynamic with like the crazy wacky Deadpool and the deadpan hard stone Wolverine, right? And it was a really, really enjoyable movie. Me, mum, and the brother, we absolutely fucking loved it. I was surprised my mum actually got really into it. She was like, it's the funniest thing I've watched in a long time. It was really good, right? So, while I do agree that, yeah, we should demand better. We should demand more Deadpool and Wolverines out of Marvel, right? And Disney, right? And not just blindly consume the slop like people do with like fucking Star Wars, where they'll just watch shit like The Acolyte and be like, Acolyte, Star Wars, lightsaber, good, like all that kind of dumb shit, right? I demand better, obviously, and don't necessarily demonize people that are being critical of these things, right? Like Star Wars, right? There is a point in which you do cross that line into being kind of elitist and kind of, silly. And I think this guy is crossing into that line because he's literally just going, I wish American animation was super deep, like these 3 or 4 examples of super, super deep animated shows.
But don't take any inspiration from them, though.
No. What he means is don't take inspiration from those other anime I don't want to talk about. Right? Those Narutos and those Black Clovers and those Shonens. No, you need to only take inspiration from the things that I like, that are deep and cool because I say so, right? So that's, it's fucking, he is technically being elitist here with his own tastes, right? And he needs to fucking understand that not everyone is watching like the 4 or 5 high concept shows that he likes and creating stuff that's going to be on that level. Most people are actually watching what he would consider slop, and then they're creating more in what he would consider slop. But I guess maybe the quote of this episode is going to be one man's slop is another man's treasure, right? In a sense. And I think that's his problem, is he doesn't understand that people have different perspectives on this, right? And just because he's not getting his slop doesn't mean other people are not getting their slop, right?
Yeah,
and Oran High School Host Club, yeah. don't take inspiration from that. Yeah, horror. He sounds like one of those potential. Yeah, he's one of those wine sniffer people. Yeah, he's one of those guys that goes, the fragrant aroma of Monster, the anime, is so good. There's a hint of lemon and zest. Fucking that posh shit, right? But anyway, it's good.
Opposite of who I am and what I want. I fucking hate being in the minority. It sucks ass. I want what I like and what I believe in to be more widespread. That's the entire fucking point of making these videos and this channel. Is to be more critical of animation as a medium, because that's a form of tough love, which will allow it to flourish far more than blind infatuation. God, I don't have any.
God, that was mad. So funny, Nretsew. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's so mad. He's so mad that other people don't like thing that he likes. God, I'm so glad that I'm not so fucking like pretentious in that I don't give a fuck if people like. Oh, you don't like I will defend gushing over magical girls from people that are gonna call it shit, right, and shit on it, right, or whatever. But overall, like, if you don't like Gushing Over Magical Girls, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, man, I really wish, Ellie, the popular consensus loved Gushing Over Magical Girls, right? Like, I really wish that more people, like, really loved it. Like, because quality, not quantity, right? I will introduce Gushing Over Magical Girls to someone that I know is, like, probably going to like it and will get a lot out of it, right? And I actually had an instance of that with the manga. I, like, introduced it to someone that was, like, into some of the stuff in Gushing Over Magical. Like, hey, you might like this. And now it's literally their favorite fucking thing ever. And they won't shut up about it because they love it, right? It's like they've reread it like 3 times. They fucking love it, right? Those are the kind of people that I want to introduce it to. I'm not going to introduce Gushing Over Magical Girls to my mum because she likes Deadpool, right? I'm not going to do that.
I mean, you should, Nretsew, totally.
I mean, it would be funny for the content. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, for the content.
For the content, it would be funny. But you get what I mean, right? Like, I don't see why. Like, I don't need my tastes in anime to be reinforced by the popular consensus around me, right? Like, I don't need everyone to fucking like the things that I like for me to get enjoyment out of them, right? Like, it's so fucking weird. I've never understood this fucking perspective. But we're almost done, so let's cap it off. Then I need to get a drink because my throat's killing me. I haven't had a drink yet.
Anything else left to say here? If you want some examples of animated shows and anime, which I think you should be watching instead, I literally made an entire video's worth of them that you can see in like 60 seconds because I know nobody's attention span keeps them watching a YouTube video past that amount.
Oh, that might be fun actually, because it's only a minute. We could watch what his recommendations are.
Oh yeah, right.
Well, let's let him. He's got like 10 seconds left.
Any time, anyways. So I guess I probably should have put this at the beginning of the video instead of the end.
Okay, yeah, he's basically done now.
All right, so quick.
All right, let's do final thoughts, and then we'll watch his 1 minute recommendation because I think that'll be funny.
Yeah, let's not pause it. Let's talk over it, unless it's something egregious.
Well, let's do final thoughts.
Yeah. So all right, so it's kind of a weird video. It's kind of starts up like propping the gods and the greats of anime, and it should be how great anime is and how kind of bland American shows are in comparison. But he never really, I feel like, says what his problem with American shows are. It's more of that in recent time, I assume that he doesn't care about the sitcom, dysfunctional family, weirdo workplace shows, that he doesn't care about those. But now that American anime has started some slightly more anime, started to pick up some anime habits, and there are more varied stories in American animation, that they tend to emulate anime, and what anime is and what anime does is kind of what he kind of wants and doesn't want. He celebrates that, alright, good, there's more varied stories in American animation now than there was before, in a more varied style, according to him, than it was in before. But it's picking from the wrong examples. They're picking from the shonens, from the Naruto's and Bleach and whatever, etc. And they like to reference the Ghost in the Shell and the Akiras and all that stuff.
Yeah. But it's only the surface level. Right?
Yeah, the elements that he doesn't like. But I am kind of confused what his opinion of Avatar is, right? Because he says Avatar is a good show, but people have to start talking about something else. People talking about Invincible.
Well, his main thing seems to be that like Avatar is good, but it's not that good, right? It's kind of like, you know, when we're in a situation where, like, if I'm watching, like, you know, everyone loves Chainsaw Man, right? Like, yeah, Chainsaw Man's good, but it's not that good, right? I think is kind of what he's trying. He's trying to kind of tap into that, I think. Don't really think he's doing a very good job of that. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, I kind of agree with you. Like, my final thoughts on this video is that it is stark contrast to the other one, right? Where you have things being treated fairly, a really good researched look into both sides of each industry, you know, good and bad, all in totality, right? A good history of it. I think that there is this era of elitism, definitely, even though he states otherwise, right? I do think that there is this era of elitism of, oh, my taste is better than everyone else's tastes. I am the king of, you know, the taste. Why doesn't anyone else understand
And
my
he kind of wants to
deep
take the
animes?
toys away from the American animators.
Yeah, he kind of does. He kind of does in a sense, right? Because it's, you know, I think I mentioned just earlier before, right? Like, he doesn't seem to understand that people are drawing influences from different things. Not everyone is watching these high concept type shows or drawing influences from them directly.
Yeah, but if
most people are watching.
All right, so the animators are playing with anime, and they're doing, you know, oh, anime is good. I'm playing with the anime, and then no, you're playing with the wrong. You're playing it wrong. You have to play in this way.
Right.
And then, all right, so if you can't play it my way, the correct way, then you won't have then you won't be allowed to take from anything from anime. And you only get your toys back when you learned how to correctly play with anime.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those kind of. It's got that feeling to it, definitely.
And
but anyway,
the solution, and he's kind of, I don't know. The last part was kind of a somewhat desperate scream of attention, like, yes, I'm complaining, but that is what this YouTube video is for. I have to complain.
Yeah, I have to complain. Yeah, I mean, you could make like a well-reasoned and actual articulate video instead of speaking at 100 miles a minute, saying really high concept words that people aren't gonna fucking understand, right? might help your point a little bit. But anyhow, I need to get a drink, so let's do this 1 minute recommendations.
Yeah, you set it up, Nretsew. I believe if you just play next, it will automatically show the.
Hang on. If I copy, I'll do it this way because I hit the thing in the. Will that work? Is that gonna work?
It is a watch together.
Oh yeah,
thing.
Here we go.
Hey, there it is. All right, Wizards.
So we got Belladonna of the Sad. So that was one that came up in the other guy's video, actually, Belladonna.
Yeah, but it's also 1970. What is this complaining about? Oh, why are you still talking about Avatar?
Why are you still talking about Avatar? Yeah.
Let me recommend something from 50 years ago.
Fantastic Planet, yeah. Wizards, Plague Dogs, Angel's Egg. Yeah, these are all pretty. Yeah, these are all like. Yeah, Plantamore, the movie. Yeah, these are all like pretty common
standards.
Ghost in the Shell, Memories, Neon Genesis, The Max, Perfect Blue, yeah, Blaine, Genro, Big O, Boogie Pop, Monster, Mind Game, Paranoia Agent. These are all pretty much what I expected.
Alright, there's the one Brazilian one in there. But they're all about war and humanity.
Yeah, again, it's these big, high concept, you know, trying to tackle difficult subject matters and navigating the stuff. But a lot of these, like, you know, going back, it's like, yeah, of course it's Eva, of course it's Monster, of course it's Akira, of course it's like, it's all stuff that's like well known, right? Now that he's getting into more modern stuff, it's stuff that I don't know, right? Because I don't know what the fuck the World of Tomorrow 2015. I don't think I know about that.
No, but you also can hear.
Interface. I Lost My Body. Isle of Dogs I've heard about. Preamble I've heard about.
Old Taxi, Sonny Boy.
Mad Pantheon. Unicorn Wars. Emesis Blue. Wait a minute. He's gonna put Emesis Blue in there? Okay, to be fair, Emesis Blue is pretty good. I'll say that. So that's like a Team Fortress 2 movie thing. But I think the fact that he put Emesis Blue in there is again, he's very like, oh yeah, high concept horror, you know, mind game stuff happening in Nemesis Blue. Like, yeah, it's a very trippy.
I'm not aware.
It's a very trippy short. It's a very trippy Source filmmaker movie. It's very fucking trippy. It's good. Don't get me wrong, but it's kind of like what Samu says. This guy's brain must be fucking gigantic if this is the stuff that he's like into, right? Pluto, Scott Pilgrim takes off, and that's it.
That's it.
So, yeah, that's literally everything I thought he was gonna fucking add, right? Like, it's so predictable, right? It's so fucking predictable.
And no Ouran High School Host Club, which is...
No Ouran High School Host Club, no Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, no...
Avatar.
Well, no Avatar. I'm trying to think, what would be like... Let me bring up my Nretsew here, right? Go, library, completed, right? Let me go through the list, right? Just real quick once it loads, because my list, got no gushing over magic. No sword isekai, that was pretty good. No Overlord, no Made in Abyss, right? That's pretty deep, pretty big.
Well,
no Fire Force,
by definition.
no Guns, no Life, no Diary of Our Days at the Bleak Water. I'm just memeing now with just random stuff that I have in my my library here. No Game, No Life. There's no Game, No Life in there. Didn't recommend. D Grey Man. Didn't recommend. What have I got here? Fucking Grimgar, Ashes of Illusions. None of that. No Berserk. No Psychopaths, no Triage X.
What was the one where they went to Antarctica? Let's say deep one.
Yeah, that's a deep one. Yeah. Well, what was that called? Something nowhere. Something I don't know.
Yes.
Who knows? It's probably not important.
No, not deep enough.
I was kind of like Phantom Requiem for the Phantom. That's
Mushroom got my back. A place farther than the universe.
Yeah. Phantom Requiem for a Phantom. That one was pretty good. I quite liked that. That was good. Steins Gate. No Steins Gate. You know.
Too anime, or not enough deep anime. It's being silly.
No scientific railgun. No scientific railgun. No fucking Soul Eater or Mysterious Girlfriend X or yeah. Again, it's like,
I guess.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, there's a bunch of stuff, like a lot of those animes I listed. I like those animes. I reckon those are good animes. I'd recommend those to people. Assassination Classroom's really good. That's a good one to like recommend to people, right? Like so again, it's like, you know, are those anime like not deep enough for him? They're not artistic, art housey enough for him, right? To be part of his like recommendations for things, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he would justify it from people already know that, but then he recommends Akira or something. So
I don't know. I think it's he's a silly man. He's a silly man. But anywho, I'll let you get ready to do anime talk because I fucking need a drink. My throat is killing me. So I will be right back.
Oh yeah, there's nothing for Kyoto Animation. I mean, there's plenty of stuff. I recommend Yoka or something, right? So Yoka has plenty of good animation.
The bottle already open, so that makes sense.
Oh no extra dose for Samu. Oh no, didn't you forget to pull the thing in Nretsew? I kind of fell. I don't know if you actually pulled the can open for the mic today.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did? Alright, I forgot.
Yeah, at the beginning I did, yeah. I did Sammy's conditioning. It was you might not have been. You're not paying attention. Why don't you pay attention to me?
I was too busy fixing audio or whatever, something, I guess.
Yeah, you were, yeah. Trying to figure everything out. I lost the lid to my bottle, though. That's going to annoy the shit out of me. But anyway, so what do you want to do first? What anime you got?
I'll start with, because, have you picked up more shows or less shows?
No. No. Sorry, but no.
For once, I'll start with the other shows.
Yeah, let's start with the rapid fire first.
Yeah. So, Giji Harem, Nretsew, despite being on 6 dates already, going to fireworks and whatever, and shopping, they now have their first date.
Ayy.
And they are going to they went to Kyoto for a day and a night, seeing the temples and whatnot, and picking souvenirs and whatnot, and why? And even though this is like their 10th date right now, they're still denying that they are a couple. It's terrible, Nretsew.
Oh.
It's horrendous. Why are they just denying that they are a couple? At least, Nretsew, there is some more acknowledgement that they should be in some way relationship. Our main character said,
"Just fuck already."
Nah, they're cute. They're too cute for that, right? Right now, they need to just do
too wholesome, hand holding,
the whole thing,
yeah.
close, touching each other's bodies. That's kind of the level we're at.
Oh, okay. So very deep in the lewd territory.
No. Wholesome exploration of bodies. That's kind of the level where they
hand holding is super lewd. You don't understand.
Hand holding, a hand
they
on
as
chest,
well fucked, okay?
hand on shoulders. That's kind of the level that they the show would go at maximum, I suppose.
Okay, I'm memeing, but anyway, continue. Yeah. So it's a lot of the standard kind of romancy type,
very
stuff.
fluff. And there is progress. There's actual progress in that sense, so that's nice. But it's the most fluffy romance you'll ever see. On the other side, let's talk about our new edition that I actually was secretly watching this entire time. Bakemonogatari.
Hey!
Monster and Off-Season.
Yes.
So this first arc is kind of the first episode was about Tsukihi. She was the immortal phoenix. Have you ever watched Bakemonogatari?
I have not. So, but you don't have to give me the full lore rundown. You can just kind of.
All right. So,
just continue as if I did know everything, and I'll just go,
Yep, yeah. All right. So Tsuki has the phoenix inside her. She's kind of her soul, her body, her personality was kind of replaced by a phoenix in the womb. And her thing is, she isn't just immortal. She has no concept of death. Well, immortal vampires, immortal gods, immortal snakes, and all whatnot.
Yeah, from what I do understand of Bakemonogatari, a lot of it is based around immortality and what that does to people.
In some cases. Here it is. Tsuki doesn't. So, like I said, she just doesn't. She's not just immortal. She has no concept of death. She doesn't ever die. She can't. There's no death for the phoenix. So that kind of translates for her that she's very fickle, very selfish, and it kind of also translates into her, besides never being ever wounded, also being incapable of learning. Because to learn is to, take in new info, change, and all that stuff. But the Phoenix never...
Yeah.
But the Phoenix never changes. The Phoenix is, and always will be. So that's the first episode. It's kind of an interesting interpretation of an immortal Phoenix. Somebody who will never change. Always be reborn, always be. Which makes Siki both a very terrifying character and a very monstrous character in that sense. Inhuman. She's more inhuman than you might first think.
Assume, yeah.
Yeah, but the next episodes focus mostly on Nadeko. She was cursed, then she became a god. Was a whole big deal. But now she is no longer a god, but she's kind of still under surveillance because being a god for a while kind of does things to you. She has the ability to draw things into reality. but she wants to be a manga artist. But that takes 1,000 hours. Of course, 1,000 hours to reach expertise in something. So she makes 4 shikigamis of herself to divvy up the 1,000 hours into 2 hours.
Makes sense.
Problem is, Nretsew, they all run off.
Oh, well, that's not good.
One of them is angry all the time, one of them is flirty, one of them is meek, and one of them is a god. So, first off, that's a problem because the other, monster specialist might want to, if she can't fix it, others will, and if others will, then her power and her abilities are in danger and she might just die. So on to the quest to gather all her own shikigamis, seal them back away into paper, and deal with the whole situation. Whole thing going on. There's reports of her going around naked around the town. She's seen here and there, and the whole experience is because she kind of drew herself from various stages in her life. The time she was meek, the time she was angry, the time she was flirty, the time she was a god. These shikigamis take on elements from the time she was that, and it becomes kind of a growing thing, big growth metaphor, Nretsew.
Big growth.
Hey, I was desperate to be popular and flashy, so I'm the flirty shikigami says mean things to me from why are you trying so hard, you're embarrassing me. It kind of it's kind of hurtful when you say that to yourself. Why the fuck just die? Well, you're annoying. Get out of the way. That kind of hurts when you yourself says it to you, and that kind of deal. So by sealing them, she kind of respects and grows and deals with her past selves, her past experiences in that way. And in the end, she now is kind of officially able to draw things into reality and make shikigamis just servants of herself, or make servants and have them do her bidding, which leads to her being kind of a monster specialist in her own right and be able to make money out of it and have it as her job besides a manga artist. Also, yeah, she kind of vows to, because she's a manga artist or wants to be a manga artist, she's going to respect her past self, the experience she had, and immortalize them into drawings, into stories.
Yeah, she's gonna make a doujin of her running around the town naked, I guess.
Yeah, including well, maybe not that part, but
maybe not that one. Oh man.
Yeah. Dungeon People is still wasn't airing last week because Olympics, presumably.
Yes, big Olympics going on. Yeah.
Samu is back. Conditioning works in Nretsew.
Like most fathers, he has returned. Yeah. You talk about Dungeon People.
Yeah. So Dungeon People is still...
I'm gonna have a hunt for this fucking lid because it's annoying the shit out of me. So I'll be back in a sec.
Dungeon People is still kind of feeling in an introductory phase. Clay, our main character, is still kind of not sure what her job is going to be in the dungeon as taking care of the dungeon, because there are already golems and systems and monsters that are doing all of the jobs.
True autism moment. True. The lid is gone. I need to deal with this right now. All right, anyway,
but the thing is, right, the girl that is serving as the dungeon's master is lonely. That's kind of the problem. So she is kind of there more for her emotional support than her actual, employee potential. But even still, she already had kind of a family down here in the dungeon, but they are all too shy to admit it to each other. So she's one there to be also kind of semi-family companionship, but she already had some kind of companionship, so it's cute all around. Alright, how to become ordinary. More clarity on the backstories in Nretsew. Both of these characters in the poster. One of them is just smart and was a smart ass all the time. If you had a problem, I would fix it for you without you asking and make you feel dumb in the process.
Right.
People did not like that. So our main character said, I'm not going to be a smart ass. I'm not going to solve everybody's mysteries. I'm not going to bother with other people.
Fuck other people. Time to be loner.
Yeah, being loner in service of being more liked, be more ordinary, to fit in better. This is what kind of like what I was talking about last time. You know, big burly dude says you changed. And that kind of conflict, the people know each other but are not saying what, just silently staring each other in a room kind of deal. So, but it's kind of clarity. The girl Nretsew, an analogy was made. If he's a smart fox, she's a wolf. Her problem isn't that she's too smart to solve everybody's problems. The problem is that, well, he was gleeful and joyful when he solved a mystery and solved your problem and make you feel dumb for it. Her thing that she wants to fix is that she's very happy when she beats other people up. Emotionally, mentally, maybe not physically, but if she can make other people suffer, she's the happiest. And she realized that's not a very good personality trait to have. So maybe I should also become more normal. So it's a kind of a hey, I know something you don't know, and hey, you are crying. Those two people are going from, let's not laugh when I make somebody feel dumb. Let's not laugh when I make somebody cry in a corner. But they kind of still feel at that because they still are inherently people who like to laugh at people for feeling dumb or making people or laugh when you make somebody cry in a corner.
Right.
And the bicycle thing is now finally over, Nretsew. The mystery is solved.
Hey, the saga of the bicycle has ended.
The bicycle was stolen, was spotted, was
run over by a car.
Was run over by a car. And the whole mystery is over. A small-time criminal gang was rolled up, and everybody is happy. Besides these two, because they realized that the entire time we still went on solving mysteries and made other people miserable. And that's kind of the end where we are in the episode. New episodes today, but that's the slow rapid fire of today.
So before we move on, I have some hot Twitter. You're gonna love this because it involves your favorite anime.
Which one?
So there's a guy called Think Before You Sleep who's like a right-wing trad type guy, and apparently 10 hours ago he had a tweet where he had like a small snippet from Slime. You know the scene in Slime where he like eats the girl that he's like semi-fallen in love with, right?
Yeah.
The chick. So the caption with this 15-second snippet of the girl asking for Rimuru to eat her is, "Girl's dying wish in this show is to be vored by a slime. Tell me again how isekai anime isn't just hentai." And someone quote tweeted him with, "Please, anyone, please tell me how this scene is in any way, shape, and form sexual." And it shows like the rest of the scene where Rimuru is like, doing the thing, and it's like it's not sexual at all. It's like, look, Ellie, the trad anti-porn right wingers, right? When they see man who's seen so much porn, man, I'm getting porn vibes.
He doesn't know what the word isekai is, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, there was another one where he's like, someone was like, they're a good isekai like ReZero, and then his response to that was, ReZero is a boring waifu simulator, couldn't make it much further than season 1, too many filler calf scenes where they just talk about the plot instead of actually doing stuff. The best isekai is still Digimon season 3.
He's being contrarian, whatever. Anyway, let's talk about the good.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. Okay, I thought it was funny.
Let's talk about the good isekai.
Let's talk about good isekai. Yeah, let's talk about.
Did I put the numpad off? Yes, here it is.
Oh no, there we go. Yeah,
there we go.
Bring her up. Ay.
Good isekai.
This was a really good episode. This was fucking great. This was fantastic.
Yeah, so, I deliberately didn't talk about Melt this entire time. Because I knew this was coming.
Yeah, and this was very impactful. It was a really, really good. I think the animators definitely got to have fun with this episode. Because it's one of those things where like they had to nail the raw emotion of the acting, right?
Yeah.
And how he poured all of his effort into this one scene. Because even though he's mediocre in most of the scenes, yeah, thanks, Samu. Samu's like, I laughed. Basically, this is all about our guy who was the bad actor, right? He was the bad actor in the thing, and no one expects him to do well. Everyone thinks he's going to be bad. Why did you? Oh, I don't understand why you casted him. You know, and then it turns out the reason is because. You know, he goes through his whole life as the pretty boy. He has things handed to him on a silver platter. He doesn't feel fulfilled by this at all, right?
So he's bored all the time. I'll just get what I want anyway.
Yeah, and then he has the realization.
Oh damn! I'm a terrible actor. I'm terrible at this.
Maybe I should actually, do hard work, do things.
But it's
right?
hard. Hard work is hard. I'm still not good enough.
Yeah, I do the hard work, but I'm still not good enough, right? And then Aqua, our man who has to have his fingers and everything, he goes, well, why not just pour all of your effort into one thing, right? One scene, one part, right? The key part, the most important moment of your character in the play, right? And so he does that, and the end result is an absolutely fucking fantastically animated sequence where it goes through like his life, and it goes through like
his emotional states represented through abstract animations and scenes.
Abstract animations and scenes, and how that's being portrayed onto the character that he's playing, and how that kind of is showcased. Fucking fantastic. Really great. 10 out of 10. Would watch again. Very good.
Yeah, because there's just a very good sequence in general. First, it is him being a ladies' man in this, colorful world, and then just falls, and there's all these
stars, and he's chasing the stars.
But there's a fun detail in Nretsew that I saw that I interpret in that when there's these stars laying around him, he himself is transparent, colorless.
Yeah.
So he's all these stars around him, but he's empty himself, and he grasps for those stars, but they elude him all the time. And then he looks to other people, and they are stars. Or no, he doesn't look at other people, but he sees other stars flying around
as the stars, basically.
Yeah, so I interpret all these different color stars as other people who are flying far, far beyond his reach, and he just can't reach them. But at some point, he forms a hand in this abstract space, and he squeezes his hand, and out of his work, the agent of change, as fancy psychologists call it, a drop of blood falls out, and in that drop of blood, in that hard work, in his own essence, he's reborn.
Yeah.
And in that moment of reborn, he is the greatest actor you have seen.
For 1 minute.
For 1 minute.
For 1 minute.
He is the best.
and you see like the the scabs on his hands and how hard he's worked to as a representation of his hard work and stuff, right? So yeah, it was very good, very good episode. I'm interested to see how Aqua's because Aqua still has to get over his emotional acting, right? So I'm interested to see what the resolution to that's going to be. If this was so well represented in the show, I'm fascinated to see how they're going to handle that. So yeah. That's pretty much
yeah, just for the audience, for our chat, small details. Oh, I see 0 viewers at the moment for some reason in the YouTube.
I see 2 on my end. I think we lose a lot of people when we start talking about anime.
That's fair. That's fair. No, quick. Our Melt, our good boy, had very much trouble with how to act his character, but then he says, "Oh damn." I'm now constantly chasing around other people. I thought I was a hotshot. I could just coast through life, but now I fight a slightly strong opponent. YouTube just being YouTube, yeah, I guess. He fought one strong opponent, and now his worldview is crashing down. Just like Melt had one, he did one acting job, and there was one actor, or there was an actor better than him, and suddenly he realized, I'm terrible, and it shattered his world, just like it shattered the character in the manga.
Yeah.
Also,
to it.
Yeah, and also just scenes of the play actually being played with wires and
getting to see it from like the perspective of like the audience in a sense, and seeing it from the back. Yeah, the whole opening segment was quite interesting.
It was the same as the first episode, though.
Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, it was good. It was good. Good episode.
Yeah.
Oshi continuing to be good show.
Yeah, I'll do Elusive Samurai.
Yes. How is our Shota boy? Shota the cruise.
Well, I cheated. I haven't got a slightly aroused Shota boy himself, but I got a face copy out of him being cocky.
Hey. It works.
Hey.
Same difference.
Well, although the top right has some allure to it as well. Right? Top right?
Yeah. Same. Same difference.
But to finish up last episode, archery contest on horseback, shooting dogs. The guy with good eyes had the good idea to just keep being in his blind spot. Nretsew, the problem is if you keep being in somebody's blind spot, you fire into your blind spot, and there he is. So, Shota Boy fires at our telescope-eyed guy, and he wins. So he knows he's not allowed to just ransack the territory of the shrine and just search for any Hojo people. He ignores that immediately, and just
as you do.
And he carries with him an imperial. What was it again? Like an imperial notice, which gives him authority.
Yeah.
He gives him like the symbol or the thing that gives him imperial authority. And his plan is just to take land, chip away land. Oh, because you were sided with the traitors once, I'm taking this lake. Oh, because you have
all of your landers belong to me.
And every single week you'll come by and take another piece of land. That's the plan. So the plan is to steal that authority, the actual paper that says I can do this. Oh yeah, small detail. The good-eyed archery guy suspects that the boy is the prince. That's the why there's a triangle. The Hojo symbol. Because he expects it's hidden in the he's hidden like the symbol is in this pattern. Sense.
Right.
But to steal something, you need a thief, Nretsew.
Yes, you do. You need a big thief. Big steely steals.
So you ask he's a famous thief. So you ask the people, hey, have you heard of this guy?
Yeah, have you heard of the famous thief? That's a thief that does thievy things.
Now, Nretsew, it is very hard to capture this, but if he's very disliked and nobody wants to deal with him, what will happen when you ask people about him?
They'll tell you to fuck off.
Or they just go, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Whoosh.
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 Grandmas and old uncles just flash step away. Gone.
Yeah. Whoosh. Thanos snapped out of existence.
If they could, they would. Just to avoid being associated with him. But apparently he's a very good thief because he's good enough to make people just flash step out of existence to not be near or associated with him. He just steals all their wallets of our group. He steals all their wallets without them noticing and says, Nretsew, this thief wants a converted into modern day money, 3 million yen for every job. Ooh. And like 3 million yen every week.
Oof, that's a lot of money.
So what does our prince do, Nretsew?
He steals 3 million yen?
No, Nretsew. He says, damn, that's cheap. I was going to give you
stacks of cash, boys.
I was going to give you a province.
Yeah, I was going to give you a province.
I will be shogunate. I will have this entire piece of Japan. I would give you just the whole province to you. Damn, you're cheap. That's so kind of you. You're such a good guy. I'm so happy you're joining me.
Yeah.
So this kind of throws him off. But he kind of agrees to join the group in the end.
All's well that ends well.
Yeah. I'll come to you, David.
Yeah, we'll come to you, and so let our boy finish his.
So they're going to steal the 40, and this mask of him, Nretsew, allows him to shape his face, or at least the mask, into anybody.
Right.
So he uses that to take the shape of the archery, the good eye, the telescope eye archery guy to say, hey guards, go over there, I saw something suspicious.
There's something over there.
Yeah, and now in this image where he's wearing the princess face, he says, hey, can you really trust me? He has trust issues because people never trusted him because he's a good thief and can change face shapes. So it's trust issues. Stuff. So what do you do when you have trust issues, Nretsew?
I don't know. What do you do, Ellie?
When you have trust issues, you make other people deliberately mistrust you, so you can be right in your distrust.
Hey,
that's a healthy thing to do, right?
Big think. Yeah, big think.
Make deliberately people distrust you, so you could be right about people distrusting you.
Yeah, big think. Yeah.
That's an actual thing that happens. So this is kind of a testy moment. But Nretsew are, by coincidence, and not because it's a manga, a semi-shonen manga, are the guy with telescopes for eyes as a guy with sonars for ears.
Right.
So the guy wakes up and goes,
oh.
Why are those guys at the northern wall? And why are there two boys in the storage room?
Uh-oh.
And it's alright.
Uh-oh.
What's such a shame that I'm going to have to kill two boys and then the episode ends.
Yeah. Oh boy.
So that's that.
Oh no.
Alright. David time.
Yes.
Guys, what do you think about an author that clearly tried to insert some certain topics that they clearly don't understand to their manga and then feel miserably considered daring or stupid? Kind of both, right?
Yeah, a little bit of both. It's a little bit kind of
It's stupid. The author might think he's brilliant, right? Oh, I'm doing brilliant political commentary.
And then I'm so smart.
I'm so smart for broaching this topic, and then the topic completely fails. And what is stupid on his part, but he tried something that he thought was daring himself. So unfortunately, we're going to do the podcast thing, live audience questioning thing. It's kind of both.
Yeah, it's kind of I think it depends, right, on the context of what they're doing. Because if it's it depends on the topic, I guess, right? Because if it's like, oh, you're not an engineer, right, and you like, oh, they built this bridge in like half a day, and it's like that's physically fucking impossible because that's not how bridges get built or whatever. That's like one thing, right? That's just like, yeah, I don't expect like an author to be a fucking engineering master unless they actually are, right? But if it's something where it's like a pretty high concept, deeply complicated thing, and they're just kind of tossing it in there for shits and giggles while not really understanding it, and having it fail miserably, right?
It's more on the intent of the author. If the intended it as a daring thing himself or themselves, then it is both daring and stupid most of the time. And if it works out at the end, in the end, or somehow, then it was. If it works out, then it's daring. If it completely fails, then it was stupid. That's kind of the options that you have.
Yeah.
You didn't understand it at all. You still inserted it. It worked out. Ooh, that was a daring move.
Yeah.
You didn't understand it. You inserted it anyway. It failed completely. It was stupid.
Well, my example is an author about acting, and then one season he suddenly talk about law. No disrespect, it's silly.
Okay. In that sense, right? It's more of a stupid in a sense, right? I mean, it feels like more of an intense thing.
If you make a story about, let's say, existentialism, I'd like to see their take on how you can react to that. But if it's like politics, that's another thing. Yeah, I think it's contextual. A little bit. Since we're already off topic, I posted an image in the chat because I was browsing Nexus mods, and I always love it when people that get their mods onto the hot mods, right? They do things where they change the thumbnail of their mod to kind of like interact with each other.
Oh,
have a look. It's quite funny. So you have.
I can.
It's in the text chat, just the normal one.
I can quickly go over.
You have dismembering framework, and you have waterfall effects, right? And they're at the two top mods, right? And here we go. Yeah, look at that. And so you have the dismemberment guy. He's like, bro, did you leave the faucet on? And his thing is filling up with water, and he's trying to bucket the water out. And then the other guy is like Todd Howard, pointing at the dismembering framework.
Yo, what's happening over there?
What's happening over there? It's like, bro, turn off the waterfall, bro. I always love that. It doesn't happen often, but I do love it when mod authors have a bit of fun like that. It's always good. It's always good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, back to Unamoos. Unamoos. What do we got left?
Too many losing heroines.
Apparently.
Yeah. I said last week I would upgrade this to a proper spot.
Yes, it got upgraded, and I think I've got the first 3 episodes downloaded. So
so it's some small spoilers, Nretsew. Our last girl also got rejected.
Ah, yes, I did see the funny video where they get friend zoned. Yeah, the friend zoning happens, and then the thing that I saw. And I thought,
we need the last scene, the bottom right.
Yeah, the one at the bottom. Yeah. She gets the friend show.
Yeah, but before that, Nretsew, our shy, not a really shy girl. She's more speech impediments than she's shy. Because she likes literature club president. Literature. Book club president has a school as a childhood friend. Childhood friends, they're very comfortable with each other. They're basically a couple already, but they're not. So when stuttering girl is saved from a terrible injury by President, she confesses, "Go out with me," etc., etc. Right? This is the last episode caught up. She says that, then he kind of falters, wavers. Well, I'll get back to you. Then, childhood friend says, "How dare you? We were just friends then all this time." That's complicated. Now she's angry for not accepting right away and or not considering her own feelings. Our student president is kind of in a relationship, social bind.
Right.
So it turns out that he confessed to his childhood friend, and she said no. And now she's angry that he isn't considering her feelings. So it turns out his confession was a total disaster. A vagueness beyond vague, an implication beyond implications, and she just said, "Haha, you're funny." And that he took that as a rejection.
Oof.
Hey Nretsew, would it be fun if we just hang around, if we were just sewed together at the hip? And you said, "Nah, that sounds boring." And I say, "Oh damn, he doesn't want to be in a relationship with me."
Yeah.
That's the level. That's the level we're at.
Fucking great.
So they clear this up, and now book club president is now in a relationship with childhood friends, which means our stuttering girl is rejected.
Oof.
But in a small victory, Nretsew, the childhood friend just kept on waiting for like years, and she took action. Respect the ones that said that went through Nretsew. That didn't wait all the time. She did the action, and because she did an action, them two got together. Still very painful for her. She was always going to lose, but in one moment, he considered her instead of childhood friend, and that's the victory she has. Even though she's still heartbroken about that she isn't the girlfriend. So that's the big emotional thing right at the start of the episode. And there's this... he's acting in manga. Alright. We'll come back to you. There's a small kind of breakup of also happening between our two main characters. He says, "No, I don't want to keep you here with this debt on with food." It feels kind of forced. She takes this kind of like, "Oh, so you don't want to hang around anymore with me," and she's kind of uncomfortable with each other, etc.
Good old classic misunderstand. Oh no.
Social things going on. There's a scene in between that I didn't capture here, which I probably should, where the guy that Anne liked, our main character liked, comes around and says, "Hey, I heard she's hanging around with you. That's good. So she wouldn't hang around with me all the time. So because I would remind her of all the time she liked me." And the scene is interesting because it's kind of, she barges in and says, "You two are being presumptuous about my feelings. What are you to decide how I feel or you should feel about me and what, etc., etc." So she says her piece. They make up with each other, and then comes what you saw. He says, because they weren't friends before, kind of explicitly, he says, "Let's be friends." She says, "No, let's stay friends." He saw that she thought that he was going to confess to be boyfriend girlfriend, and he was intending to raise his relationship level to friend. She rejected a romance before he could even consider a romance, so he was preemptively rejected. And now we finally have all our main characters are definitely all our characters are rejected in love, and the story can begin.
Nice. Wonderful, as you do.
All right, David.
Much rom-com, much wow.
Keep talking in chat.
Yeah.
As long as you're having fun, and if you have to have our opinions, you can add us or some me.
Yeah, we don't. I'm keeping an eye on the chat, even though I am alt-tabbing every now and then to look at some other stuff.
Not paying full attention to the stream, Nretsew.
No, I'm not. It's bad.
Let's do the VTuber legends.
Hey, something I can talk about. Here we go. So VTuber legend this week. she got some new new VTubers
Kohais
on the show. The Kohais have arrived, and they are fucking unhinged. So you have the first one, who is a literal stalker and wants to marry our protagonist. Wants to
Yuki.
Absolutely super into our protagonist. The sole reason they got into VTubing, super unhinged about it. Wants to make the babies with the with the senpai. Very funny. And then you have our elf girl, who is really likes animals. Ellie, she really likes animals.
All aspects and all behaviors and all. And
did you know that a gorilla's penis is
as a bone? I actually knew that.
Yeah. Did you know that the gorilla's penis has a bone, and that it's interesting facts that you learn from the elf zoologist girl. Very. And then you have the one that was my personal favorite, which is the baby. Look, she knows what she wants, right? I am baby. You will baby me. You will treat me well, for I am baby. I think the funniest part of that was like, she seems normal enough, right? She's fine. And then you see the VTuber girl like kind of go, and then just like the darkness consumes, and she goes like full 90 degrees. What?
I am baby. Here's my pacifier. Here's my rattle noise thingy. I'm wearing a diaper.
The VTuber avatar is literally in a crib. You caught that on the VTuber avatar is literally inside a crib, and fucking she's like, as soon as someone like says something about work, she starts crying.
As you do.
Oh, it was funny. So yeah, we get introduced to our new cast of characters, and they're all very eccentric and very funny. And the stalker wants to do a collab with her immediately, and because the office rings up and is like, "Hey, can we talk to you for a moment?" It's like, "Yeah, hey, we've got like 37 requests from the stalker girl to collab with you." And then I got a DM. I wonder what's in the DM, Ellie. What's the DM? And it's just giant wall of text.
And Nretsew, it helps that I actually can read some Japanese. And Nretsew, I can tell you, it's all about her. It's all about
it's
Yuki. It's about Sori Ichino Jikano Zibete. Oh yeah, so somewhere in the middle there says, "Of course, all other time I spent watching your archives."
Let me see if because I had a screenshot of the English.
Yeah, but it's like one bit of one.
The English sub makes it even better because it's just Japanese text, and then you have the English text on top of it, and it makes it look even more unhinged. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna have to go through my chat logs with a certain someone I was talking to about it a while ago. Where is it? Because I want to read it because it's so fucking great. What they translated it to. Oh yeah, here we go. 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 Where is it? Where is it? Oh, where is it? Ah, did I not send it? Shit, I swear I posted it somewhere. Did I post it to you in one of the chat?
Nah, I haven't seen it from you.
Ah, fuck. I swear I did. I did screen cap fucking wall of text. It doesn't matter. But basically, yeah, big wall of text, big I love my senpai, and then they do the collab, and it goes alright. You know, they rewatch some of her best moments, and she cringes, and it's all happy fun times. But then the real fun part of the episode happens, right? The real good fun part happens where we have another collab with the artist girl, and guess what they're doing, guys? Guess what they're doing?
Lewd art review.
Yes, pulling a Hachima, doing the lewd art NSFW review, and you want to know what the best part is, Ali?
It's real art.
It's real art. It's actually real. Special illustrations, actual real art done by real artists, and they show it in the anime, censored, of course, right? But you've got. I actually have the links to all of them, but I'm debating whether or not I want to put them in the chat. You can find them if you look hard enough. Okay, you can find them on Twitter if you look hard enough. But basically, yeah, they went over a bunch of lewd artwork, and we got to see fun. There was actually some really nice artwork. I will say that it was quite nice stuff. Very very good. But I think it was great that they had the balls to fucking they had the fucking balls to do that on the actual on the actual stream in an episode of an anime, right? Just be like, here's some lewds. It's great. Very good.
Other shows have done worse from what was shown. Still,
well, I don't know what the time slot.
It's going to be late.
I just think it's. I love the idea, right? The idea of just fucking like, oh yeah, here's some like real art from some real artists from the interwebs, right? Then we'll react to it on the show on the stream, right? It's fucking great. It's really good. So yeah, good episode. It's fun. It's a good funny show. If you're into VTubers, you'll definitely get a lot out of it. If you're not into VTubers, you probably still get some stuff out of it. But it's very referential.
It's very referential, and it doesn't show its age thus far.
No, not really. I mean, the rigging is definitely very early days.
Yeah, it's earlier than you kind of would expect these days, because these days you can like...
these days rigging is like super fucking advanced. Like, this is like, what, 2020, 22?
Ish, because they only really can go left, right, and vaguely look a direction slightly, like 5 degrees off.
I can't wait until they do a 3D episode, because I want to see how they handle that, like a 3D debut. I want to see how they handle that. Like, are we going to get an episode where she's literally, like, she transitions from 2D to 3D, and then it's just CGI for the whole episode? I think that would be funny.
Well, they had a 3D model in the first ending, right?
Yeah, I think so. So I'm interested to see how they handle that in the episode. It'll be quite fun. So yeah, definitely a fun one. I would recommend giving it a watch. It's probably going to be my highlight of the season, I think.
Yeah, one final detail on the final bit of this episode is that they're doing covers for each ED. Right?
Yeah.
So this time the cover was from
Baby Girl.
Akaningen singing the song from Welcome to the NHK in NHK Niyoko show.
Maybe that's gonna be a reference to how the baby girl lives. Maybe the baby girl has some other stuff.
No, Nretsew, that's a reference about how the song is about baby humans. How much better it is to live as a baby.
Oh my god, that's great.
That's the ED about society's hard, work is annoying, let's just live as a baby forever. and she is singing "Let's Live as a Baby Forever."
Brilliant. Good, but yeah, good show. Good show. Very good. Right. Do we have anything else? Are we good?
Yeah, we have Mayonaka Punch.
Oh yes, the vampire one. Yes, you've got your vampire.
So
how's the horny lesbian vampires doing today?
Well, it was almost kind of very meta to take a screenshot of a person looking at other people's editing to then put it into what will be a YouTube video, considering the editing and placement of things. I'm looking at somebody who's considering YouTube things while I am considering if to pick the YouTube of her doing YouTube things to be included into the YouTube thing. She's already like watching 2 monitors, and I'm watching it through OBS, and you're watching it through the live stream, etc., etc. It was a bit of a meta moment, but to go through the actual episodes, they kind of established that everybody is doing their own thing, kinda. One is doing gambling videos, one of them is doing mukbangs, music, and one cooking. But they haven't done much co-op together, right? Joint videos together. So she said, "You're being all lazy, just doing things. You have to go bigger sometimes. Go on this abandoned island for a while and make some videos." And if the island and the threat is kind of, if you don't do this, I'm calling this all suck me dry deal off. So go do it. So Liv is kind of desperate to make this video island trip a success.
Right.
It's a big railing everybody in. No, you can't use super vampire strength to deal this. We have to conform to vague human standards and do everything proper like. Meanwhile, she is doing research and preparations and buying stuff to make better videos. Although Nretsew, they can just fly to America, last episode even. If they forget their blood, they're kind of in trouble.
Yeah, big
Guess what happens?
They go crazy.
They forget to bring their blood.
Oh, that's a problem.
That's a problem. So now they can't summon up the strength to go fly. Because when they still had the strength and realized they didn't have any blood, there was a hurricane. So they couldn't fly, and by the time the hurricane passed, they didn't have enough strength to go flying around at supersonic speeds. So they got trapped for a while, kind of, hallucinating for a bit, and unfortunately our human girl realizes, oh damn, they forgot their blood, let's save them. And now, at episode 4, there's kind of the intro is kind of over, in that Liv, the vampire, is kind of respecting, yes, I'm actually going to be somewhat serious about this. She shows that she cares enough about the vampires to save them from death. They kind of renew their vow of, yeah, alright, you can suck me dry, I guess, if you get 1 million subscribers. Although I kind of realized in this moment, Nretsew, the inherent absurdity of a vampire that can have super strength and can fly at supersonic speeds, keeping to the deal of not sucking her blood until 1 million subscribers.
Little immersion breaking, little bit.
It kind of, it was already from the start, right? But she's not going to kill her, suck her every bit of blood. But I was kind of hoping for a little bit more deeper into YouTube creation, because they kind of, I thought they would go character by character, discovering what they want to do for YouTube and different styles. They kind of skimmed over that. I do hope they're going to go somewhat back on that, what each person did to make a successful YouTube video or style.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was all of the episodes. Oh, that's the wrong button.
Yay! We free. We're free from the stream, from the format. Now we can ramble because I think I've got one thing to ramble about. I've become addicted to a reclamation algorithm, which is the new game mode in Arknights. Well, it's not new. They beta tested it like half a year ago, and it was very grindy. But now it's a lot better. And it's basically Don't Starve in Arknights, where it becomes a survival game, and you have to go out and collect the wood and the food, and you have to upgrade your base, and you get raided by raiders, and they'll fuck you up if you're not ready to deal with the raiders, right? And it's fun. It's really good. I've been spending a lot of hours. I might stream it, possibly. I don't know yet. I haven't decided if I'm going to stream it or not. I should probably actually designate some time to do some streams, which reminds me, I have a poll on the channel. I haven't actually checked that in a while. I should probably see. I'll check it when I'm gonna check it tomorrow when I do the timestamps, because that's when
there's been votes, 5 votes even.
Yeah, I will see what time, because I wanted to know what times would be best for me to stream, so I can catch you guys, so you guys aren't like half fucking asleep when you're watching me play Arknights or War Thunder or whatever, right? So we'll see. I'll see what the results kind of are next week, and then I'll look and see if I can slot that into the schedule and figure out how it's going to work best for me. So yeah, maybe you'll get some Arknight streams from me relatively soon if I can figure out a good way to do it. So
yeah.
So other than that, haven't really been doing a whole lot else other than that, really.
Yeah.
There is new GFL event that's been really good. I've been reading the story of that. That's been really good, but it's hard to really talk about that when it's like you don't have like fucking 7 years worth of deep lore talking about all these characters and all, because GFL 1 is wrapping up the main story soon, so like we're in the home stretch. And there's so much shit going on, it's crazy. But it's hard to really talk about that. And other than that, the event going on for Arknights, the farming one, has been quite good. I finished up the story in that, and that was quite fun. So, yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, for me, I've been picking up Duolingo again, I guess.
Touching up on your language stuff.
Problem is, I kind of left off over all the way up here or somewhere, and it's so slow. It really just pushes you. It just pushes you to do stuff, and the sentences are super easy. Tenki wa do desu ka? It's like the most simple thing ever. And now it's slightly better. I accidentally said, let's skip all the way over here, and then, alright, I'll do the test, and I skipped all the way over here. The tests aren't even harder. Alright, so kanojo... What's that? What she said? Kanojo no?
彼女のプレゼントを買います。
Present no kanojo o kaimasu.
買います。
Ta-da! That's still the level that I'm having to deal with, because Duolingo really doesn't want you to get to your level real quick. Karashi wa totemo not oishii. That's the wrong one. Genki nahito desu. Oishii mono daisuki. So our boyfriend is a very lively person who likes tasty things. Ta-da!
私も優しい彼氏が欲しいです。
Anyway, I'll finish this lesson, but the point is, Duolingo is neat, but it's also super duper slow if you already know some Japanese.
Right. Oh well. Yeah, I guess other than that, we might be doing a different time next week.
Yeah.
You told me that we'll work out the scheduling, and we'll put in a waiting room when we decide what we're going to do. So
yeah.
I guess other than that, we are pretty good to go, I think.
Yeah. Going on a little bit longer, almost full 5 hours.
Yeah, a little bit longer. You know, it was a little. You know, it was a good. I reckon it was a good stream. I reckon we had a fun time. That was a fun video to cover. Next time we're probably going to do the Kill or Kill video though. We've kind of locked that. I think we've locked that one in. I think.
Kinda,
Seems like
unless
it's
something changes.
Kinda. Unless something changes, we'll see what happens. You never know. A new video might show up that just completely rocks the foundations of YouTube, and we have to cover it. But anyway, that's the end of that. So we'll catch you guys next time.
Yeah. Later.
Later.
Yeah, 5 hours
5
is a
hours.
bit.